And I'm at the hour. So, hello everyone. As is always the case, my name is SkitterSkreetch. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm assuming there's more people in the chat. I never actually know, on account of not having a number. So for all I know, there could be no one there, aside from Play. But even Play could have left, and I could be standing here all alone talking to myself, like a crazy rat. But I probably am not. But yeah, welcome in everyone. So, as always, we've got a little list of things to do. And the first thing, and the most important... Yeah. Hey Liz. Well, feel free to enjoy lurking. I do appreciate you being there anyway. Oh, and it's a good stream for lurking, I can't admit. I can't deny. But yeah. So first things first, got to head up to a little lamp screen and redeem, or update PlayStation. Layla, welcome in. Glad to have you. Glad you could catch us. But yeah, really appreciate you being there. Oh yes, so first things first. Plague claims first today, getting 10th first, which is a big milestone. Now you got an X. Ooh. And it doesn't look like we're going to the Void today, so yeah. Yeah, welcome in Layla, welcome in Les, enjoy your luck. Now what am I saying? Oh yes, so today we are doing, as the title says, the Mozi, which is the fourth and final book in our little series on classical Chinese philosophy, being the core text of the fourth school, Mozi. And as we sometimes do, we have badges for the day. More specifically, because we did 4 philosophies, I sort of felt like we should have 4 badges. And so to that end...
Ah, the rat!
Bear, welcome in. I was just about to explain the badges. Yeah, good to have you, good to have you. Yeah, so to that end, I did 4 badges. And then I decided to do them as one, because you can't do 4 badges at a time. I have. Yeah. As always, if you want to subscribe, you're more than welcome to. And we have the gilded version of the same badge, which is this one. Which, for those of you who aren't familiar, we got in the top right. It doesn't show up super well against the background, but it's a sort of hat worn by officials in Chinese courts historically, which is a sometimes symbol of Confucianism. We got that's on the top left. On the top right, we've got a set of scales, which are a pretty standard symbol of legalism, which are probably the one that came out the best, which is the same because it's the philosophy I like the least. Then bottom left we have the Tajiti, which is pretty standard symbol of Confucianism. And from what I've been able to discern before reading this, one of the main principles of Moism is universal love. So on the bottom right we have a little stylized heart. And that's, which I don't know, I have neglected to put on the free version of the badge, but if you don't feel like subscribing, you get the same ones, just in black and white, and if you do want to subscribe, you get black and gold. Normally with this sort of badge I would turn the black to gold, but I know that for the Tajiti, the white part is symbolic of Yangshi. Gold is a colour not really associated with, I don't know, anyway. But yeah, that's the badge that's available today, so if you want to stick around for at least an hour, you'll get the white one, and if you want to subscribe, you get the gold one. But, that being the case, that is all of our normal little introduction stuff. So, welcome. Oh, missed it. Yeah, doing very well myself, Abba. Hope you're doing lovely as well. But yeah, with our little standard intro stuff out of the way, there are no new followers to thank since last stream, although And again, the people who did follow me last trip were very glad for it. And there's no new books today, so we're moving right along to our little holding pattern of poetry. Let me just adjust the mic for our poetry reading. 1 second. And there we are. Now, last we left off, we were reading through Thomas Hardy's collection called A Woman Much Missed. There isn't too much of it left, so we might try and finish it today before we start our main text. But picking up, the next poem we have is Places. Nobody says, "Ah, that is the place where chanced in the hollow of years ago, when none of the 3 towns cared to know the birth of a little girl of grace. The sweetest the house saw first or last, yet it was so on that day long past. Nobody thinks, there she lay, in a room by the Hoe, like a bud of a flower, and listened, just after the bedtime hour, to the stammering chimes that used to play the quaint old 113th tune in St. Andrew's Tower, night, morn, and noon. Nobody calls to mind that here, upon Bottrell Hill, where the wagoners skid, with cheeks whose airy flush outbid fresh fruit in bloom and free of fear, she cantered down as if she must fall, though she never did, to the charm of all. Nay, one there is to whom these things, that nobody else's mind calls back, have a savour that seems in being lack, and presence more than actual brings, to whom today is beneaped and stale, and its urgent clack but a vapid tale. Naska, welcome in, glad to have you. We've only just started the poetry, so you're well ahead of time. We're doing the Mozi today. Pressing on with our collection of poetry, the next we have is The Phantom Horsewoman. 1. Queer are the ways of a man I know. He comes and stands in careworn craze, and looks at the sands and the seaward haze, with moveless hands and face and gaze, and turns to go. And what does he see when he gazes so? 2. He sees an instant thing, more clear than today, a sweet soft scene, that once was in play by that briny green, yet notes always, warm, real and keen, what his back years bring, a phantom of his own figuring. 3. Of this vision of his they might say more, not only there does he see this sight, but everywhere in his brain day and night, as if on the air it were drawn rose bright, yea, far from that shore does he carry this vision heretofore. 4. A ghost girl rider, on no toil tried, he withers daily, time touches her not, but she still rides gaily in his rapt thought, on that shagged and shaggy Atlantic spot, and as when first eyed, dawn's rain and sings to the swing of the tide. Our next poem, The Spell of the Rose. I mean to build a hall anon, and shape 2 turrets there, and a broad newelled stair, and cool well for crystal water. Yes, I will build the hall anon, plant roses love shall feed upon, and apple trees and pear. He set to build the manor hall, and shape the turrets there, and the broad newelled stair, and the cool well for crystal water. He built for me that manor hall, and planted many trees withal, but no roses anywhere. And as he planted ne'er a rose that bears the flower of love, though other flowers throw, some heart bane moved our souls to sever, since he had planted never a rose, and misconceits it raised horrid shows, and agonies came thereof. I'll mend these miseries, then said I, and so at dead of night I went and screened from sight, that naught should keep our soul in severance. I set a rosebush, this, I said, may end divisions dire and wry, and long-drawn days of blight. But I was called from earth, yea called, before my rosebush grew. Would that now I knew what feels he of the tree I planted, and whether after I was called to be a ghost, he, as of old, gave me his heart anew. Perhaps now blues that queen of trees I set but saw not grow, and he besides its glow eyes couched of the mist vision that blurred me. I there beside that queen of trees, he sees me as I was, though sees too late to tell me so. The next in our collection is Lord Sayers Revisited. Slip back time, yet again I am nearing. Castle and keep uprearing, grey as in my prime. At the inn, smiling nigh, why is it not on my visit, when hope and I were twin? Groom and jade, who I found here, moulder, strange the tavern holder, strange the tap maid. Here I hired horse and man for bearing me on my way faring to the door desired. Evening gloomed as I journeyed forward to the faces shoreward till their dwelling loomed. If again towards the Atlantic sea there I should speed, they'd there be there, surely now as then. Why waste thought when I know them vanished, under earth yea banished, ever into naught? And there is more poetry than I had thought, but we certainly have not time to finish all this. So we should call that our last for the evening. Instead move on to our main reading for the night, as you will give me a moment first to change back our microphone. And there we have it. Right. So then, shall we go see this book? Now, I've done these a little bit out of order, because while I was intending to do them in order, one day the Tao Te Ching just sort of called to me, so we sort of did that a little bit off the cuff one day. But we have done the Analects, the Book of Lord Shang, My Hated Foe, and the Tao Te Ching, which are two of the three I've enjoyed. So hopefully the Mozi will hold up. We'll find out. First, let me have a quick swallow of water, and then I'll lead into my usual habitual introduction. Now then. As always, if at any point during this reading you should miss something of the text, either because I've read it in a poor manner or you've misheard it, there's been some technical fault that's caused you to miss it, or some other unknown factor in your life has caused you to miss it on your own end, do feel free to let me know, and I'm very happy to go back over it and recover it. I don't want anyone to miss anything. If at any point you have thoughts, comments, or questions, this is broken down into individual parts. I'll be pausing at certain moments if you have a long question, and if you have just a quick comment, I might be able to answer them then and there. If at any point you'd like to fulfill a redeem, feel free to at any point in the text, and if you're leery of interrupting, now is a good time to do one. You'd be worried would be an interruption to the main text, as are those breaks in the chapters I just mentioned. But yeah, that being the case, I'll take another quick drink of water to give anyone who would like to redeem a early redeem time to do so, and then we'll start on our main thing. So, cheers to all your elves. Right, I've allowed for 20 seconds to elapse to give anyone who wants to redeem a chance. Now then, without any further ado, if you are sitting comfortably, I shall begin. Honouring the Worthy, Part 1, Section 8. Ooh, this copy has some annotations in it. Well, that'd be interesting. Master Mozi said, "These days the rulers and high officials who govern the nations all desire their states to be rich, their population numerous, and their administration well ordered. Yet what they achieve is not wealth, but poverty, not a numerous population, but a meagre one, not order, but chaos. In actual fact, they fail to get what they seek, and instead achieve what they abhor. Why is this?" Mozi said, and this is underlined by whoever annotated this copy, "It is because the rulers and high officials who govern the nations fail to honour the worthy and employ the capable in their administration." That's the end of the underline. If a government is rich and worthy men, the administration will be characterised by weight and substance. If it is poor in such men, then the administration will be a paltry affair. Therefore the task confronting the high officials is simply to increase the number of worthy men. What means are to be used to increase the number of worthy men? Mozi said, "Let us suppose that one wishes to increase the number of skilled archers and chariot drivers in the state. One must set about enriching and honouring such men, respecting and praising them. Once this has been done, one will have no difficulty in obtaining a multitude of them. How much more appropriate, therefore, that one should do this for worthy men, who are ardent in the practice of virtue, skilled in discourse, and broad in learning. Men such as these are the treasures of the nation, and the keepers of its altars of the soil and grain. They too should be enriched and honoured, respected and praised. When this has been done, they may be obtained in plenty. Therefore, when the sage kings of ancient times administered their states, they announced, the unrighteous shall not be enriched, the unrighteous shall not be exalted, the unrighteous shall be no kin to us, the unrighteous shall not be our intimates. When the rich and exalted men of the kingdom heard this, they all began to deliberate among themselves, saying, We have trusted in our wealth and exalted positions, but now the Lord promotes the righteous without caring whether they are poor or humble. We too then must become righteous. Likewise, the king of the ruler began to deliberate, saying, We have trusted in the bond of kinship, but now the Lord promotes the righteous without caring how distant the relationship. We too then must become righteous. Those who were intimate with the ruler deliberated, saying, We have trusted the intimacy we enjoyed, but now the Lord promotes the righteous without caring how far removed they may have been from him until now. We too then must become righteous. When those who was far removed from the ruler heard it, they also deliberated, saying, We used to believe that since we were so far removed from the ruler, we had nothing to trust in. But now the Lord promotes the righteous without caring how far removed they may be. We too then must become righteous. So the vassals of distant and outlying areas, as well as the noblemen's sons serving in the palace, the multitudes of the capital, and the peasants of the four borders, in time come to hear of this, and all strove to become righteous." Why did the ancient kings do this? Those in superior positions have one thing by which to attract men to their service, the promise of material benefits. Those in subordinate position have one thing to offer to their superiors, a knowledge of the art of government. Let's suppose there is a rich man who has built an iron wall all around his house. When the wall is finished and plastered with mud, he pierces it with only one gate. Then if a thief sneaks in, he may shut the gate by which the thief entered and set about searching for him, confident the thief has no means of escape. Why? Because the rich man, like the ruler, has control of the vital point. Therefore, in their administration, the sage kings of ancient times ranked the virtuous high and honoured the worthy. And although a man might be a farmer or an artisan from the shops, if he had the ability, they promoted him. Such men was honoured with titles, treated with generous stipends, entrusted with important matters, and empowered to see that their orders were carried out. For it was said that if their stipends were not generous, the people would have no confidence in them, and if their orders were not carried out, the people would not stand in awe of them. These three benefits were bestowed upon the worthy, not because the ruler wished to reward them for their worth, but because he hoped thereby to bring about success in the affairs of government. Therefore, at the time, ranks were assigned according to virtue, duties allotted according to the office held, and reward given according to the effort expended. Achievement were weighed and stipends distributed accordingly. Thus no official were necessarily assured an exalted position for life, nor was any member of the common people necessarily condemned to remain forever humble. Those with ability were promoted, those without it were demoted. This is what it means to, and then the next part here is underlined, promote public righteousness and do away with private likes and dislikes. In ancient times, Yao raised up Shun from the sunny side of Fu Lake and entrusted the government to him, and the world were at peace. Yu raised up Yi from the land of Yin and entrusted the government to him, and the 9 provinces was well ordered. Tang raised up Yi Yin from his labours in the kitchen and entrusted the government to him, and his plans were successful. King Wen raised up Ong Yao Tai Den from his place among the hunting and fishing nets and entrusted the government to him, and the western regions bowed in submission. So among the officials who enjoyed our ranks and generous stipends in those days, there was none who were not unfailingly cautious and respectful. none who do not encourage and strive with each other in honour and virtue. It is gentlemen of true worth, therefore, who must act to assist and carry on the government. If the ruler can attain the services of such gentlemen, then his plans will ne'er be thwarted, or his body worn by care. His fame will be established and his understanding brought to a successful conclusion. His excellence will be manifest, and no evil will appear to mar him. All this will come about because he obtained the services of gentlemen. Therefore Mozi said, and again this next passage is underlined, when things are going well, gentlemen of worth must be promoted. When they are not going well, gentlemen of worth must be promoted. It's the end of that end of the line. If one wishes to emulate and carry on the ways of Yao, Shun and Yu and Tang, and another underlining, then one must honour the worthy, for honouring the worthy is the foundation of good government. And that's the end of part 2. Or sorry, the end of part 1. It's interesting. What is there to say on the matter? Oh, it's hard to say, really. I mean, it's a very basic philosophy, really, right? You promote people who are good at what they do, worthy and righteous people. It's simple, but it is also a very logical one. And for all that, you might say, well, yeah, it's kind of obvious. You definitely see plenty of systems where it isn't carried out. And nepotism does not lead to good outcomes in the general sense, in the long run. But yeah, not too much coming on yet, but we'll press on and see how we go. Part 2, bracket section 9, close brackets. Mozi said, in caring for the people, presiding over the altars of the soil and grain, and ordering the state, the rulers and high officials these days strive for stability and seek to avoid any error. But why do they fail to perceive that honouring the worthy is the foundation of government? How do we know that honouring the worthy is the foundation of government? Because when the eminent and wise rule over the stupid and humble, then there will be order. But when the stupid and humble rule over the eminent and wise, there will be chaos. Therefore we know that humouring the worthy is the foundation of government. So that honouring the worthy is the foundation of government. Therefore the sage kings of ancient times took great pains to honour the worthy and employ the capable, showing no special consideration for their own kin, no partiality for the eminent and rich, no favouritism for the good-looking and attractive. They promoted the worthy to high places, enriched and honoured them, and made them the heads of government. The unworthy they demoted and rejected, reduced to poverty and humble station, and condemned to penal servitude. Thus the people, encouraged by the hope of reward and awed by the fear of punishment, led each other to become worthy, so that worthy men increased in number, and unworthy men become few. And there's a note from this passage in the by the prior person who has annotated this one. It's just as the phrase justification for legislation. This is what is called advancing the worthy. And when this had been done, the sage kings listened to the words of the worthy, watched their actions, observed their abilities, and on the basis carefully assigned them to office. This is called employing the capable. Those who were capable of ordering the state were employed to order the state. Those who were capable of heading a government bureau were employed as heads of bureaus. And those who were capable of governing outlying districts were employed to govern outlying districts. Thus the administration of the state, of the government bureaus and of the outlying districts, were in every case in the hands of the most worthy men in the nation. When a worthy man is given the task of ordering the state, he appears at court early and retires late, listens to lawsuits and attends to the affairs of government. As a result, the state is well ordered, and laws and punishments are justly administered. When a worthy man heads a government bureau, he goes to bed late and gets up early, collecting taxes on the barrier and the markets, on the resources of the hills, forests, lake and fish weirs, so that the treasury will be full. As a result, the treasury is full, and no source of revenue is neglected. When a worthy man governs an outlying district, he leaves his house early and returns late, ploughing and sowing seed, planting trees and gathering vegetables and grain. And there is a footnote here. The text reads as though officials of the outlying districts actually go out and work in the fields, which seems highly unlikely. The probable meaning is that they supervise the work of the peasants. Mozi, like many earlier Chinese writers, is sometimes portrayed by his fondness for strict verbal parallelism into saying something other than what he means. And there's a further note by the annotated, in the annotations by the prior reader. What about all the people who join politics with the intention to be worthy and to end corruption, but who fall for it themselves? What makes this new person different? It seems an odd question to me, because the text itself explicitly says that a person does not necessarily hold their position for life, but a person who holds high station does not necessarily hold on to that high station and might be replaced. The whole point is promoting worthy people, and if a person becomes unworthy, demoting them and repressing them. As a result, there will be plenty of vegetables and grain, and the people will have enough to eat. When the state is well ordered, the laws and punishment will be justly administered. When the treasury is full, the people will be well off. The rulers will thus be supplied with wine and millet to use in their sacrifices to heaven and the spirits, with ards and currency to use in their intercourse with the feudal lords and neighbouring states, with the means to feed the hungry and give rest to the weary within their realm, to nourish their subjects and attract virtuous men from all over the world. Then heaven and the spirits will send down riches. The other feudal lords will become their allies, the people of their own realm will feel affection for them, and worthy men will come forward to serve them. Thus all that they may plan for, they will achieve, and all that they undertake will be brought to a successful conclusion. If they stay within their realms, the position will be secure, and if they venture forth to punish an enemy, they will be victorious. It will by this method alone that the sage kings of the three dynasties, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu, was able to rule the world and become leaders of the other lords. If one knows only the policy to be adopted, but does not know what it means to use, in carrying it out, then he cannot be sure of success in government. Therefore, three principles should be established. What are these three principles? They are that if titles and positions of worthy men are not exalted enough, then the people will not respect such men. If their stipends is not generous, then people will not have confidence in them. And if their orders is not enforced, then people will not stand in awe of them. Therefore, the sage king of antiquity honoured the worthy with titles, treated them to generous stipends, entrusted them with important affairs, and empowered them to see that their orders was carried out. These benefits were bestowed not because the ruler wished to reward his ministers, but because he hoped thereby to bring about success in the affairs of government. The Book of Odes says, I admonish you to take thought for the needy. I teach you how to assign the titles, for who can take hold of something not without first moistening his hand? This verse shows how important it was for the rulers and lords of antiquity to secure good men to be their ministers and aides, and compares this to the necessity of moistening the hand before grasping anything not, so as to spare the hand from injury. I pause there before going on to say, we've had the Book of Odes referenced before, both in Confucius's, or in the Analects of Confucius, and in the Book of Lord Shang, where Confucius was speaking highly of them and Lord Shang was denigrating them. I don't think either man ever took the time to reference them directly, or to quote from them, I should say. So that's interesting to see some of that for the first time. I should see if I can get hold of a copy of the Book of Odes. It seems important. Thus the sage kings of antiquity gave all their thought to finding worthy men and employing them, handing out titles to honour them, apportioning lands to enfeoff them. Oof, that's a $5 word. But I do know that one actually. Enfeoff is to grant lands to a person, coming from the same root word as fief, as in a fiefdom or small holding of land. Good one though. Enfeoff then, and never to the end of their days stint in their efforts. Worthy men, for their part, thought only of finding an enlightened lord and serving him, exhausting the strength of their forelimbs in carrying out their lord's business. Never the end of their days grown weary, and if they achieved anything that were beautiful or good, they gave credit for it to their ruler. As all that were beautiful and good come to reside in the ruler, while all grudges and complaints were directed against his subordinates. Peace and joy were the portion of the ruler, care and sorrow that of his ministers. This was how the sage kings of the ancient times administered their rule. Now the rulers and high officials of the present day attempt to imitate the ancients in honouring the worthy and employing the capable in their governments. This next section underlined. But though they honour them with titles, the stipends which they allot to them do not follow in proportion. And the underline. Now, if an official has a nice sounding title but a meagre stipend, he can hardly inspire the confidence of the people. Such an official will say to himself, "The ruler does not really appreciate me, but is only making use of me as a means for his own ends." And how can men who feel that they are being made use of ever have any affection for their superiors? Therefore the kings of antiquity used to say, and again this point is underlined, "He who is greedy for power in government can never bring himself to assign responsibility to others, and he who is too fond of wealth can never bring himself to dole out stipends." And there is a side note from the annotator on this as well. But then the ruler becomes obsessed with wealth, which kind of seems like the opposite, actually. The whole point is that if the ruler is obsessed with wealth, he's not giving it out, whereas if he's distributing it more equally to his subordinates, well, whatever. I don't know that I agree with the previous annotator, but then he probably was a wizard, or he or she, I should say. And I don't agree with the wizards in general, so that makes sense. If one refuses to delegate responsibility, or dole out stipends, the one invites all the worthy men of the world, what inducement will they have to come to the side of the ruler and his officers? If the worthy do not come to the side of the ruler and his officers, it will be the unworthy who will wait at their left and right. And when the unworthy wait upon their left and right, then praise will not be meted out to the worthy and censure to the wicked. If the ruler honours the unworthy men, such as these, and uses them in governing the state, then rewards will not necessarily find their way into the hands of the worthy, and punishment will not necessarily fall upon those who deserve them. If the worthy are not rewarded and the wicked are not punished, then there will be no way to encourage the worthy or put a stop to evil. Unworthy men such as these are not loving or filial to their parents at home, nor respectful and friendly to people of their neighbourhood. Their actions show no sense of propriety, their comings and goings no sense of restraint, and their relations with the opposite sex no sense of decorum. Put in charge of a government bureau, they steal and plunder. Assigned to guard a city, they betray their trust or rebel. If their lord encounters difficulty, they will not accompany him into exile. When they are assigned the task of hearing lawsuits, their judgments are not apt. When they are given that of apportioning wealth, their allotments are not equitable. When men such as these to work with, the ruler's plans will reach no fulfilment. His undertakings no success. Though he stays within his realm, he will know no security, and if he ventures forth to battle, he will win no victory. It was for this reason alone that the evil kings of the three dynasties, Ji, Zhu, Yo, and Li, lost their kingdoms and brought destruction to their altars of soil and grain. There is a footnote. Ji were the last ruler of the Jia dynasty, Zhu the last ruler of the Shang, and Yu and Li, two rulers of the Zhou dynasty in the 9th and 8th centuries BC. All four are symbols of evil and incompetent rulers. All of this comes about as a result of understanding petty affairs, but failing to understand important ones. Now the rulers and high officials know that if they cannot cut a suit of clothes for themselves, they must employ the services of a skilled tailor. And if they cannot slaughter an ox or a sheep for themselves, they must employ the services of a skilled butcher. In these two instances, the rulers is perfectly aware of the need to honour worthy men and employ the capable to get things done. Yet when they see the state in confusion and their altars of the soil and grain in danger, they do not know enough to employ capable men to correct the situation. Instead, they simply employ their relatives or men who happen to be rich and eminent, or pleasant-featured and attractive. But just because a man happens to be rich or an eminent or pleasant-featured and attractive, he will not necessarily turn out to be wise and alert when placed in office. If men such as these are given the task of ordering the state, then this is simply to entrust the state to men who are neither wise nor intelligent, and anyone knows that this will lead to ruin. And there is an annotation here. Example, USA politics. Only a small part of election campaigns actually deal with the candidates' relevant abilities. That's a decent point, I suppose. Moreover, the rulers and high officials trust a man's mental ability because they are both attracted by his looks, and treat him with affection without bothering to examine his knowledge. As a result, a man who is incapable of taking charge of 100 persons is assigned to a post in charge of 1,000. A man who is incapable of taking charge of 1,000 persons is assigned to a post in charge of 10,000. Why do rulers do this? because if they assign the man they like to such a post, he will receive an exalted title and a generous stipend. Hence they employ the man simply because they are attracted by his looks. Now if a man who is incapable of taking charge of 1,000 persons is given a post in charge of 10,000, then he is being given a post that requires 10 times what he is capable of. Affairs of government arise every day and must be attended to each day. Yet the day cannot be made 10 times longer for the sake of such a man. Furthermore, it takes knowledge to attend to such affairs. If the man's knowledge cannot be increased tenfold, and he is still assigned to a post that requires 10 times what he is capable of, then it will result in his attending to one matter and neglecting 9 others. Though the man works day and night to attend to the duties of his post, it's obvious that they will never be attended to. And this next part underlined, all of this comes about because the rulers and high officials do not understand how to honour the worthy and employ the capable in their government. Earlier I described the method for honouring the worthy and employing the capable in government, so as to achieve order, and here I have described how rejecting the worthy and failing to employ the capable in government leads to chaos. Now, if the rulers and high officials truly wish to order the state properly, to achieve stability and avoid error, why do they fail to perceive that honouring the worthy is the foundation of good government? And again there is an annotation here. Maybe people are trying to honour the best candidates, but are unable to judge properly. Again, another good point there from the wizard. Moreover, this principle, that honouring the worthy is the foundation of government, is not something asserted by Mozi alone. It is the way of the sage kings that is found recorded in the books of the former kings, and embodied in the sayings which have been handed down from antiquity. Thus one book says, seek out sages and wise men that protect the nature, and the Oath of Tang states, then I sought out a great sage with whom to unite my strength and join my mind in governing the empire. These quotations show that the sages did not fail to honour the worthy and employ the capable in their government. Thus the sage kings of ancient times gave all their attention to this problem alone, and did not allow themselves to become distracted by other affairs, and all the world enjoyed the benefits thereof. In ancient times, Shun farmed at Mount Lee, made pottery on the banks of the river, and fished at Thunder Lake. Yao discovered him on the sunny side of Fu Lake, and promoted him to the position as Son of Heaven, turning over to him the task of ruling the empire and governing the people. Yi served in the bridal party of the daughter of the Jin clan, when she went to marry Tang, and by his own wish became a cook in Tang's kitchens. There Tang discovered him, and made him his chief minister, turning over to him the task of ruling the empire and governing the people. Fu Yue, wearing a coarse robe and a girdle of rope, were working as a convict labourer at Fu Yan, when Wu Ding discovered him and made him one of the 3 highest officers, turning over to him the task of ruling the empire and governing the people. How did it happen that these men started out in humble positions and ended in exalted ones, begun in poverty and ended in riches? Because the rulers and their high officials understood the importance of honouring the worthy and employing the capable. So, among their people were none who were hungry and yet found no food, cold and yet found no clothing, weary and yet found no rest. There were none who were disorderly and yet in time did not learn obedience. The ancient sage kings had given all their thought to honouring the worthy, and employing the capable in government, or patterning their actions on the ways of heaven. This part underlined. For heaven too shows no discrimination between rich and poor, eminent and humble, near and far, but closely and distantly related. It promotes and honours the worthy and demotes and rejects the unworthy. If this is so, then who were those that, possessing the wealth and eminence, still strove to be worthy and received their rewards? The sage kings of the 3 dynasties of old, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu were such. And how was they rewarded? When they ruled the world, they loved all men universally, worked to benefit them, and taught their subjects to honour heaven and serve the spirits. Besides, they loved and benefited their subjects. Heaven and the spirits rewarded them by setting them up as sons of heaven, and causing them to act as fathers and mothers to the people. The people in turn praised them, calling them sage kings, and so they are called even today. These then were the rich and eminent ones who strove to be worthy and who received their rewards.
Ah, the rat!
Hey Rackfucker, welcome in. We're just doing the Mozi at the minute. You haven't missed much. The first chapter was probably fragmentary, so it was quite short. We're about halfway through the second. Yeah, there's not really a narrative to catch you up on, but yeah, welcome in. I do hope you enjoy your time. Who were those that, possessing wealth and eminence, still practiced evil and was punished for it? The wicked kings of the three dynasties of old, Ji, Zhu, Yu, and Li, were such. How do we know this is so? Because when they ruled the world, they hated all men universally, set about to oppress them, and taught the people of the world to curse heaven and abuse the spirits. Because they oppressed and tyrannized their subjects, heaven and the spirits punished them by bringing execution and death to their persons, scattering their sons and grandsons, destroying their houses, and cutting off their descendants. The people accordingly condemned them, calling them wicked kings, and so they are called even today. These were the rich and eminent ones who practiced evil, and who were punished for it. Who was it that, though closely related to the ruler, failed to do good and were punished for it? Such were Lord Gun, the eldest son of the Emperor. And there is a footnote here. Various accounts are given of this mythical figure. According to the one which Mozi appears to be following, he was the son of a ruler named Zhuan Zhu. It is not clear whether Zhuan Zhu himself or one of his successors banished Lord Gun. He turned his back on the virtuous ways of the Emperor, until was banished to the fields of Yu and imprisoned where no warmth nor light could reach him. The Emperor showed him no favour. He then were one who, though closely related to the ruler, failed to do good and were punished for it. Who were the capable ones who were implored by heaven? Such were Yu, Ji, and Gao Dao. There's a footnote on them. These men were all said to have been enlightened ministers under the sage Shun in the quotations from the Book of Documents, which follows. However, Gao Dao is not mentioned, but instead Bo Yi, another eminent minister of Shun. How do we know this is so? Because among the documents of the former kings is the Penal Code of Lu, which says, the august emperor carefully inquired among the lower people, and there were complaints against the Miao barbarians. The attention of the various lords was extended among the lower people, and they brought to light the enlightened, no matter who they were, so that even widowers and widows were not left unrecognised. The virtuous might be the sovereign overawed the people. The virtuous might of the sovereign overawed the people. His virtuous enlightenment made them bright. Then he charged 3 lords to be zealous in doing good for the people. Bo Yu handed down the statutes, restraining the people with punishments. Yu regulated the water and the land, and presided over the naming of the hills and rivers. Ji descended from his high position to sow seed and teach the people to grow fine grain. When these 3 lords completed their work, the people were greatly benefited. And another footnote from Lu Jing, or Penal Code of Lu, in the Book of Documents. The Ola followed the interpretation of Karlgren, though for they brought to light the enlightenment, no matter who they were. He reads, clearly elucidated the irregular practices, i.e. punishments. In most cases we can only guess from context how Mozi himself interpreted the passages which he quotes from the Odes and Documents. The 3 sages mentioned in this passage were careful in their words, circumspect in their actions, and thorough in their thoughts and plans. They sought to discover every hidden matter in the world, every benefit they had previously been overlooked. They served heaven above, and heaven responded to their virtue. They acted for the sake of the people below, and the people received benefit their whole lives through. As the former king used to say, this way, you use it on a grand scale throughout the world, and it will never prove too petty. Use it on a small scale, it will never prove confining. Use it for a long time, and the people will benefit their whole lives through. The hymns of Zeus speak of it in these words. The virtue of the sage is as high as heaven, broad as the earth. It shines upon the world, solid as the ground. Lofty as the mountain, never faltering, never failing. Brilliant like the sun, bright like the moon, constant as heaven and earth. And again a footnote. No such passage is found among the hymns of Zhu preserved in the Book of Odes. This describes how brilliant, broad, deep-rooted and everlasting is the virtue of the sage. The virtue of the sage may in be said to embrace all heaven and earth. Now the rulers and our officials wish to rule in the world and become leaders of the feudal lords. If they are without such virtue and righteousness, what means will they have to achieve their aims? Some say that such aims can be accomplished through a display of might and power. Why should the rulers attempt to display such might and power? Those who strive to overthrow others simply drive the people to their death. What the people long for most is life, and what they hate most is death. Yet under such rulers they cannot achieve what they long for, but are subjected in case after case to what they hate. From ancient times down to the present, there has never been anyone who succeeded in ruling the world, and becoming the leader of the feudal lords in this way. Now the rulers and our officials say they want to rule the world and become leaders of the feudal lord. This next passage is underlined. If they really wish to have their way with the world, then leave behind them a name for future generations to remember. Why do they not realise that honouring the worthy is the foundation of good government? This is a principle which the sages were most careful to practice. And that's the end of part 1, section 9, which... that's odd. The next part is labelled section 2. Yeah. Okay, so that chapter was part 2, section 9. This next part is part 1, section 2. I've got no idea how this is laid out. Let's pause there to have a quick swallow of water and a little bit of thinking. So again, a lot of this is talked about in broader terms here. Again, it's just in the broader strokes about honouring the worthy and disdaining the unworthy. But near the end there, you do see some of Mozi's philosophy, specifically in his condemnation of war. You cannot rule the world simply by a show of force and strength, and that by doing so you will make the people hate you. And indeed, he's drawing examples mostly of low people of low station being raised to our station, which, again, it seems sort of repetitive to me, but then my sensibilities are more modern, aren't they? This is a text that's over 2,000 years old. So people changing station was probably a significantly more dramatic idea back in the day. And so the re-emphasis of it is understandable. They're not particularly useful. Hopefully they'll be more in line with the practicalness in this next section. So we'll press right on ahead to it, shall we? Identifying with one's superior, part 1, section 2. Mozi said, in ancient times, when mankind were first born, and before there were any laws of government, it may be said that every man's view of things was different. One man had one view, two men had two views, 10 men had 10 views. The more men, the more views. Moreover, each man believed that his own views were correct, and disapproved of those others, so that people spent their time condemning one another. Within the family, fathers and sons, older and younger brothers grew to hate each other, and the family split up, unable to live in harmony, while throughout the world people all resorted to water, fire and poison in an effort to do each other injury. Those with the strength to spare refused to help out the others. Those with surplus wealth would let it rot before they would share it, and those with beneficial doctrines to teach would keep them secret and refuse to impart them. The world was chaotic, as though it were inhabited by birds and beasts alone. This next section underlined. To anyone who examined the cause, it was obvious that this chaos came about because of the absence of rulers and leaders. Therefore, the most worthy and able man in the world was selected and set up as a son of heaven. There's a footnote here. It's not clear who does the selecting. In the original, the sentence is in the active mood, but with no subject expressed. The construction which is perfectly permissible in Chinese, but which must be rendered into English in the passive, unless the translator chooses to supply a subject. Y.P. May supplies the word heaven as the subject and supports this reference to a parallel passage, supports this by reference to a parallel passage in section 13, not translated here, which he reads as, thereupon heaven wished to unify the standards in the world. This reading is based on an emendation and does not seem wholly justified. Nevertheless, if pressed, Mozi, like the Confucians, would no doubt say that heaven, expressing its will through some human or natural agency, did in fact select the son of heaven. These footnotes are a little dry, but they are informative, I suppose. After the Son of Heaven had been set up, because his strength alone were insufficient, other worthy and able men were selected from throughout the world and installed as his 3 ministers. After the Son of Heaven and the 3 ministers had been set up, because the world was so broad, and because it were not always possible for the ruler and his ministers to alone to judge accurately what would be right and profitable for people living in distant countries and strange lands, the world was divided up into into countless states, and feudal lords and chiefs were set up to administer them. After the feudal lords and chiefs had been set up, because their strength alone were insufficient, worthy and able men were chosen from the various states to act as their officials. When all these officials had been installed, the Son of Heaven proclaimed the principle of his rule to the people of the world, saying, "Upon hearing of good and evil, one shall report it to his superior. What the superior considers right, he shall consider right. What the superior considers wrong, he shall consider wrong. If the superior commits any fault, the subordinate shall remonstrate with him. If his subordinates do good, the superior shall recommend them. To identify oneself with one's superior, and not to form cliques in the lower levels. Such conduct as this shall be rewarded by those above and praised by those below. If upon hearing of good or evil one fails to report it to his superior, if what the superior considers right is not accepted as right, and what the superior considers wrong is not accepted as wrong, if his subordinates fail to remonstrate with the superior when he commits a fault, or if the superior fails to commend his subordinates when they do good, if the subordinate makes common cause among themselves and fail to identify themselves with their superiors, if there is such a conduct as this, it shall be punished by those above and condemned by the people at large. The rulers mete out the rewards and punishments on this basis, examining with the greatest care to make sure that such rewards and punishments were just." Oh, that's an interesting little passage. It's a bit long, but it basically breaks down a sort of system of like a pyramidal structure, an hierarchy that works. It's practical, but it's clever. I see the point of it. The head of each local community was the most benevolent man in the community, and when he took office, he proclaimed to the people of the community the principle of his rule, saying, "Upon hearing of good and evil, you shall report it to the town head. When the town head considers right, all shall consider right. What the town head considers wrong, all shall consider wrong. Leave your evil words and imitate the good words of the town head. Leave your evil actions and imitate the good actions of the town head." As long as this command were heeded, how could there be any disorder in the township? If we examine into the reason why the township were well ordered, we find that it was simply that the town head were able to unify the standards of judgment in the township, and this resulted in order. The town head was the most benevolent man in the township, and when he took office, he proclaimed to the people in the township the principle of his rule, saying, "Upon hearing of good and evil, you shall report it to the lord of the region. What the law considers right, all shall consider right. What the law considers wrong, all shall consider wrong. Leave your evil words and imitate the good words of the Lord. Leave your evil actions and imitate the good actions of the Lord." As long as this command were heeded, how could there be any disorder in the region? If we examine the reason why this region were well ordered, we find that it was simply that the Lord were able to unify the standards of judgment throughout the region, and this resulted in order. The Lord of the region were the most benevolent man in the region, and when he took office, he proclaimed up to the people of the region the principle of his rule, saying, "Upon hearing of good and evil, you shall report it to the Son of Heaven. What the Son of Heaven considers right, all shall consider right, and what the Son of Heaven considers wrong, all shall consider wrong. Leave your evil words and imitate the good words of the Son of Heaven. Leave your evil actions and imitate the good actions of the Son of Heaven." As long as this command were heeded, how could there be any disorder in the world? If we examine the reason why the world were well ordered, we find that it was simply that the Son of Heaven were able to unify the standards of judgment throughout the world, and this resulted in order. But although all the people in the world may identify themselves with the Son of Heaven, if they do not also identify themselves with heaven itself, the calamities will never cease. The violent winds and bitter rains would sweep the world in such profusion these days. These are simply punishments of heaven sent down upon the people because they fail to identify themselves with heaven. So Mozi said, "In ancient times the sage kings devised the 5 punishments." There's a footnote. Various interpretations of the 5 punishments are given in early works, but they are usually considered to be tattooing, cutting off the nose, cutting off the feet, castration and death. Grim. So as to bring order to the people. These were like the main thread binding a skein of silk, or the main cord controlling the net, by which the Sage Kings bound and hauled in those among the people of the world who failed to identify themselves with their superiors. And that's the end of that section. It's interesting, that one. So Mozi here is establishing a system of morality not really based on any particular principle of morality, but based essentially upon a universal cohesion. He doesn't say that it's important to, well, obviously it's important to act virtuously, and he says to align oneself with heaven, which speaks to a vague sense of morality. But his actual dictates are to basically honour the opinion and philosophy of the person who's in charge of you. The heads of villages, dictate the morality of the village. The feudal lords dictate the morality of the village heads, and the Son of Heaven, who is the Emperor, dictates the morality of the village lords. It's an interesting one. It's not really a moral philosophy in that sense. What it really comes to is that it is a system based around social cohesion, more or less. It doesn't so much lend itself to the fulfillment of any particular system of virtues, as might be said of the Confucian system, or even arguably the Tao Te Ching. But it lends itself more strongly to, I guess, social cohesion is the highest virtue, right? If the people are in harmony, then there is less conflict, so it reduces pain. It's a sort of practical moral philosophy in that sense. But yeah, not sure what else to say about it. The ad should be coming on soon, so I don't necessarily want to dive right into the next chapter. Oh, and there's the thing. What else is there to say then? What do we think on this? So, Mozi here, in the same way as sort of legalism, is concerned itself very much with the appurtenances and actions of government, which, I mean, you could say is somewhat true of Confucianism, but I think less so. Confucianism is more about the actual structures of life, and then how they apply to the governance of things, whereas Moism here is talking about governmental structure in the same way as Lord Shang was, sort of from the off. Aligning itself more as a political philosophy than a general philosophy, almost the opposite of the Tao Te Ching. But that being said, I do think it is an interesting little. I'm enjoying it more than I was Lord Shang. It's somewhat amoral in the sense that it has no strong moral compunction, but it's at least not as directly and openly evil as the book of Lord Shang was, pretty clearly. Anyway, that's ads on, so as is tradition, I'll have a swallow of water. And yeah, give a little bit of consideration to this. I want to give myself some time to think. Let's have a look at how we get on time-wise. So we got through about 20 pages there. And there are 110 total. But also we had the big chunk of philosophy in the introduction. So I suspect we'll probably be doing maybe 4 hours total, maybe a little more. Oh, I've miscounted the number there. It's more like 120 pages. So yeah, probably a little over 4 hours to complete the old text, which I'm going to try and do. I don't know if we'll get through it, but I'm feeling reasonably good, so hopefully. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I've said all I've got to say about the philosophy of Mozi here so far, so let's talk a little bit about the writing, since what I do is books, really. It again suffers from some of the problems of, especially Lord Shang, where it tends to repeat itself a lot. Like, again, I think that comes from the formal structure that is used there. I'm sure that there are like laws and or rules and strictures that it's adhering to that probably don't, super translate word to English in some ways, like the translator mentioned in some of the footnotes. Also, just the repetition sort of isn't deliberate enough to be compelling, which again might be an issue of translation. If it's going with a sort of literal translation, which it sounds like it is based on the sort of minutiae discussed in the footnotes. So maybe it would be more compelling if it was the original, but I don't know. It lacks something in the emphasis. I don't know. I almost feel like an abridged version of this text might have been preferable, but we got what we got. But yeah. I don't know. Then again, I sometimes feel like I maybe overemphasise the repetition as a negative. I tend to get these ideas quicker than some people do, I know that, so I don't know. Maybe it's better that they get repeated in case. Still, it's not bad. I think it's probably my third, third on my list of these four, but it's distinctly better than Lord Shane by a pretty heavy margin, so we'll stick with it. We'll see how we go. But yeah. Oh, and if you've been here since the start, you should be pretty close to having your badges unlocked, so keep an eye out for that. Very fun, very fun. I say badges, it's a singular badge, but it's got like 4 little sections, so I think of it in my head as 4 badges. Anyhow, drink of water. And the ads is over, so we should be back now. Okay, so next section then is apparently part 3, section 16. I've got no idea how this text is organised. I think it might just be a series of fragments actually. I thought it was the old thing, but given how long it is even without and the sort of thing, it's maybe not. Anyhow, yeah. So Universal Love, part 3, section 16. Mozi said, "It's the business of the benevolent man to try and promote what is beneficial to the world and to eliminate what is harmful. Now, at the present time, what brings the greatest harm to the world? Great states attacking small ones, great families overthrowing small ones, the strong oppressing the weak, the many harrying the few, the cunning deceiving the stupid, the eminent lording it over the humble. These are harmful to the world. So to our rulers who are not generous, ministers who are not loyal, fathers who are without kindness, and sons who are unfilial, as well as those mean men who, with weapons and knives and... Hey, welcome in. If you're just coming in now, we're 2 chapters into the Mozi, or 3 chapters into the Mozi, sorry. Which philosophical text, there's not a narrative to catch you up on. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Good. Hope it remains so. Oh yes. So to our rulers who are not generous, ministers who are not loyal, fathers who are not without kindness, and sons who are unfilial, as well as those mean men who, with weapons and arms, poison, fire and water, seek to injure and undo each other. When we inquire into the cases of these various arms, what do we find has produced them? Do they come about from loving others and trying to benefit them? Surely not. They come rather from hating others and trying to injure them. And when we set out to classify and describe those men who hate and injure others, shall we say that their actions are motivated by universality or partiality? Surely we must answer by partiality. And it is this partiality in their dealing with one another that gives rise to all the great harms in the world. Therefore, we know that partiality is wrong. Mozi said, "Whoever criticises others must have some alternative to offer them. To criticise and yet offer no alternative is like trying to stop a flood with flood, or put out a fire with fire. It will surely have no effect." This section underlined. Therefore, Mozi said, partiality should be replaced by universality. But how can partiality be replaced by universality? If men were to regard the states of others as they regard their own, then who would raise up his state to attack the state of another? It would be like attacking his own. If men were to regard the cities of others as they regard their own, then who would raise up his city to attack the city of another? It would be like attacking his own. If men was to regard the families of others as they regard their own, then who would raise up his family to overthrow that of another? It would be like overthrowing his own. This part underlined. Now, where states and cities do not attack and make war on each other, and families and individuals do not overthrow or injure one another, this is an arm or a benefit to the world. Surely it is a benefit. When we inquire into the causes of such benefits, what do we find has produced them? Do they come about from hating others and trying to injure them? Surely not. This part underlined. They come rather from loving others and trying to benefit them. And when we set out to classify and describe those men who love and benefit others, shall we say that their actions are motivated by partiality or by universality? Surely we must answer by universality. And it is this universality in their dealings with one another that gives rise to all the great benefits of the world. Therefore Mozi has said that universality is right. I have said previously that it is the business of the benevolent man to try and promote what is beneficial to the world, to eliminate what is harmful. Now I have demonstrated that universality is the source of all the great benefits in the world, and partiality is the source of all the great harm. It is for this reason that Mozi has said that partiality is wrong and universality is right. Now if we seek to benefit the world by taking universality as our standard, those with sharp ears and clear eyes will see and hear for others. Those with sturdy limbs will work for others. Those with the knowledge of the way will endeavour to teach others. Those who are old and without wives or children will find means to support and be able to live out their days. The young and orphan who have no parents will find someone to care for them and look after their needs. When all these benefits may be secured merely by taking universality as our standard, I cannot understand how the men of the world can hear about this doctrine of universality and still criticise it. And yet the men of the world continue to criticise it, saying it may be a good thing, but how can it be put to use? Mozi said, if it cannot be put to use, even I will criticise it, but how can there be a good thing that still cannot be put to use? Let's try considering both sides of the question. Suppose there are two men, one of them holding to partiality, the other to universality. The believer in partiality says, how could I possibly regard my friend the same as myself? My friend's father the same as my own, because he rules his friend, and in this way he will not feed him when he is hungry, clothe him when he is cold, nourish him when he is sick, or bury him when he dies. Such the words of the partial man, and such his actions. But the words and actions of the universal-minded man are not like these. He will say, I have heard that the truly superior man of the world regards his friend the same as himself, and his friend's father the same as his own. Only if he does this can he be considered a truly superior man. Because if he views his friend in this way, he will feed him when he is hungry, clothe him when he is cold, nourish him when he is sick, and bury him when he dies. Such are the words and actions of the universal-minded man. So the words of these two men disagree, and their actions are diametrically opposed. Yet let us suppose that both of them are determined to carry out their words and action, so that word and deed agree like the two parts of a tally, and nothing they say is not put to action. And let us venture to inquire further. Suppose that here is a broad plain, a vast wilderness, and a man is buckling on his armour and donning his helmet to set out for the field of battle, where the fortunes of life and death are unknown, where he is setting out in his Lord's name upon a distant mission, the Bao or Yue, Qi or Jing. His return is uncertain. Now let us ask, as a footnote, the text at this point appears to be corrupt, a few words have been omitted in the translation. Now let us ask, to whom would he entrust the support of his parents and the care of his wife and his children? Would it be to the universal-minded man or to the partial one? It seems to me that, on occasions like these, there are no fools in the world. Though one might disapprove of universality himself, he would surely think it best to entrust his family to the universal-minded man. Thus people condemn universality in words, but adopt it in practice. And word and deed belie each other. I cannot understand how the men of the world can hear about this doctrine of universality and still criticise it. Yet the men of the world continue to criticise, saying, such a principle as this may be alright as a basis of choosing among ordinary men, but it cannot be used in selecting a ruler. Let's try considering both sides of the question. Suppose there are two rulers, one of them holding the universality, the other the partiality. The partial ruler says, how could I possibly regard the subjects the same as I regard myself? That would be completely at variance with the human nature. Man's life on earth is brief as the passing of a team of horses, glimpsed through a crack in the wall. Because he views his subjects in this way, he will not feed them when they are hungry, clothe them when they are cold, nourish them when they are sick, or bury them when they die. Such the words of the partial ruler, and such the actions. But the words and actions of the universal-minded ruler are not like these. He will say, I have heard that the truly enlightened ruler must think of his subjects first, and of himself last. Only then can he be considered a truly enlightened ruler. Because if he views his subjects in this way, he will feed them when they are hungry, clothe them when they are cold, nourish them when they are sick, and bury them when they die. Such are the words and actions of a universal-minded ruler. So the words of these two rulers disagree, and their actions are diametrically opposed. Yet let us suppose that both of them speak in good faith and are determined to carry out their words and actions. So the word and deed are agreed, like two parts of a tally, and nothing they say is not put into action. Then let us venture to inquire further. Suppose this year there is a plague and disease. Mainly the people are suffering from hardship and hunger, and the corpses and countless victims lie tumbled in the ditches. If the people could choose between these two types of ruler, which would they follow? It seems to me that on occasions like this there are no fools in the world. Though one may disapprove of universality himself, he would surely think it best to follow the universal-minded ruler. Thus people condemn universality in word, but adopt it in practice, and word and deed belie each other. I cannot understand how the men of the world can hear about this doctrine of universality and still criticise it. Yet the men of the world continue to criticise, saying this doctrine of universality is benevolent and righteous, and how can it be carried out? As we see it, no one can more put it in the practice than one can pick up Mount Tar and leap over a river with it. Thus universality is only something to be longed for, not something that can be put into practice. Mozi said, as for picking up Mount Tar and leaping over rivers with it, no one from ancient times to the present, from the beginning of mankind to now, has ever succeeded in doing that. But universal love and mutual aid were actually practiced by 4 sage kings of antiquity. How do we know that they practiced these? Mozi said, I did not live at the same time as they did, nor have I in person heard their voices or seen their faces. Yet I know it because of what is written on the bamboo and silk that has been handed down to posterity, what is engraved on the metal and stone, and what is inscribed on bowls and basins. The great oath says, King Wen were like the sun or moon, shedding the bright light in the 4 quarters and over the western land. There's a footnote here. The great oath, supposedly a speech by King Wu, the son of King Wen, were a section of the Book of Documents. They were lost long ago, and the text by that name, included in the present Book of Documents, is a forgery of the 3rd century AD, but includes a passage much like the one quoted here by Mozi. That is to say, the universal love of King Wen was so broad that it embraced the old world, as the universal light of the sun and moon shines upon the old world without partiality. Such were the universality of King Wen, and the universality which Mozi has been telling you about is patterned after that of King Wen. Not only the great oath, but the oath of you, another footnote, a section of the Book of Documents now lost, also expresses this idea. You said, all you teeming multitudes listen to my words. It is not that I, the little child, would dare to act in a disorderly way. This ruler of the Miao with an unyielding way deserves heaven's punishment. So I shall lead you, the lords of the various states, to conquer the ruler of the Miao. When you went to conquer the ruler of the Miao, it were not that he sought to increase his wealth, or eminence, or in fortune or blessing, or delight his ears and eyes. It were only that he sought to promote what were beneficial to the world, and to eliminate what were harmful. Such were the universality of you, and the universality of which Mozi has been telling you about is patterned after that of you. And not only the oath of you, but the speech of Tang, another footnote, section of the Book of Documents now lost, almost the same quotation is found. Also expressed this idea. Tang said, I, the little child, the Lu, dare sacrifice a dark beast and make this announcement for the heavenly Lord above, saying, Now heaven has sent a great drought, and it has fallen upon me, Lu. But I do not know what fault I have committed against I or Lo. If there is good, I dare not conceal it. If there is evil, I dare not pardon it. Judgment resides within the mind of God. If the myriad regions have any fault, may it rest upon my person. But if I have any fault, may it not extend to the myriad regions. This shows that, though Tang was honoured as the Son of Heaven, and possessed all the riches of the world, he did not hesitate to offer himself as sacrifice in his prayers and entreaties to the Lord on high, and the spirits. Such were the universality of Tang, and the universality which Mozi has been telling you about is patterned on that of Tang. This idea is expressed not only in the speech of Tang, but in the Odes of Zhu, as well. In the Odes of Zhu it says, "Broad, broad is the way of the king, neither partial nor partisan. Fair, fair is the way of the king, neither partisan nor partial. He is straight like an arrow, smooth like a whetstone. The superior man treads it, the small man looks upon it." Another footnote. The first 4 lines are now found, not in the Book of Odes, but in the Hongfan section of the Book of Documents. The last 4 lines are from the Book of Odes, Zuaya section Dadong, Mao text number 203. So what I've been speaking about is no mere theory of action. In ancient times, when Kings Wen and Wu administered the government and assigned each person his just share, they rewarded the worthy and punished the wicked without showing any favouritism towards their own kin or brothers. Such were the universality of Kings Wen and Wu, and the universality which Mozi has been telling you about is patterned after that of Wen and Wu. I cannot understand how the men of the world can hear about this doctrine of universality and still criticise it. And yet the men of the world continue to criticise, saying, if one takes no thought for what is beneficial or harmful to one's parents, how can one be called filial? Mozi said, let's examine for a moment the way in which a filial son plans for the welfare of his parents. When a filial son plans for his parents, does he wish others to love and benefit them, or does he wish others to hate and injure them? It stands to reason. He wishes others to love and benefit his parents. Now, if I am a filial son, how do I go about accomplishing this? Do I first make it a point to love and benefit other men's parents, so that they in return will love and benefit my parents? Or do I first make it a point to hate and injure other men's parents, so that they in return will love and benefit my parents? Obviously, I must first make it a point to love and benefit other men's parents, so that they in return will love and benefit my parents. So if all of us are to be filial sons, can we set about in any other way than by first making a point of loving and benefiting other men's parents? And I would suppose that the filial sons of the world are all too stupid to be capable of doing what is right. Let's examine further. Among the books of the former kings and the greater Odes, of the Book of Odes, it says, "There are no words that are not answered, no kindness that is not required. Throw me a pinch, and I will requite you a plum." Footnote. The first 2 lines are from the poem Yi, Mao text number 256, in the greater Odes, or Daya section of the Book of Odes. The last 2 lines, though, not found in exactly this form, bear a close resemblance to lines in the poem Mugua, Mao text number 64, and the Guafeng, or Heirs from the State section of the Odes. The meaning is that one who loves will be loved by others, and one who hates will be hated by others. So I cannot understand how the men of the world can hear about the doctrines of universality and still criticise it. Do they believe that it is too difficult to carry out? Yet there are much more difficult things that have been carried out. In the past, King Ling of the state of Jing loved slender waists. During his reign, the people of Jing ate no more than 1 meal a day, until they was too weak to stand up without a cane, or to walk without leaning against the wall. Now, reducing one's diet is a difficult thing to do, and yet people did it, because it pleased King Ling. So within the space of a single generation, the ways of the people can be changed, where they will strive to integrate themselves with their superiors. Again in the past, King Gujiang of Wei admired bravery, and for 3 years trained his soldiers and subjects to be brave. But he was not sure whether they had understood the true meaning of bravery, and so he set fire to his warship and then sounded the drum to advance. The soldiers trampled each other down in their haste to go forward, and countless numbers of them perished in the fire and water. At that time, though he ceased to drum them forward, they did not retreat. The soldiers of Yue were truly astonishing. Now, consigning one's body to the flame is a difficult thing to do, and yet they did it because it pleased the king of Yue. So within the space of a single generation, the ways of the people can be changed. They will strive to integrate themselves with their superiors. Duke Wen of Jin liked coarse clothing, and so during his reign, the men of the state of Jin wore robes of coarse cloth, wraps of sheepskin, hats of plain silk, and big rough shoes, where they were appearing before the duke in the inner chamber and walking about in the outer halls of the court. Now, bringing oneself to wear coarse clothes is a difficult thing to do, yet people did it because it pleased Duke Wen. So within the space of a single generation, the ways of the people can be changed, for they will strive to integrate themselves with their superiors. To reduce one's diet, consign one's body to the flames, or wear coarse clothing are among the most difficult things in the world to do. Yet people will do them because they know their superiors will be pleased. So within the space of a single generation, the ways of the people can be changed. Why? Because they will strive to integrate themselves with their superiors. Now, universal love and mutual benefit are both profitable and easy beyond all measure. The only trouble, as I see it, is that no ruler takes any delight in them. If the rulers really delighted in them, promoted them with rewards and praise, and prevented neglect of them by punishments, then I believe that people would turn the universal love and mutual benefit as naturally as fire turns upwards or water turns downward, and nothing in the world could stop them. The principle of universality is the way of the sage kings, the means of bringing safety to the rulers and officials, and of assuring ample food and clothing to the people. Therefore, the superior man can do no better than to examine it carefully and strive to put it into practice. If he does, then as a ruler he will be generous, as a subject loyal, as a father kind and a son filial, as an older brother comradely, as a younger brother respectful. So if the superior man wishes to be a generous ruler, a loyal subject, kind father, filial son, a comradely older brother, and respectful younger brother, he must put into practice this principle of universality. It is the way of the sage kings and a great benefit to the people. That's the end of the section on universal love. Now there's a good section. There's Mozi's own morality going into play. A system of morals based around the universal principles. It's another thing. It's a thing you see reflected in later texts as well. Kang is very famous for his principle of universalizability. He tends to be a bit more minute in his details, whereas Mozi here is expressing a broad principle. But it is true. It's very simple, isn't it? It's do unto others as you'd have them do unto yourself. If everyone acts for the benefit of everyone else, then society works at its best. Every moral system in the world agrees that if you have excess food, you should give it to the people who have not enough food. It is right to do so, and the world works better if you do so. And indeed, it's the simplest thing in the world to pass out how, if everyone treated others as they would like to be treated in their times of hardship, the world will work better. The only issue with it, of course, is that if you act in this manner, and other people do not act in this manner, and instead act in the partial manner as described, and all things to themselves, and you are going to get fucked over by that system. Hence capital. I'll take a drink. Well, speaking of immoral action, I will just make a note to everyone to, if you haven't heard yet, Twitch has implemented an automatic AI training thing from the content of everyone. So if you haven't done it yet, you should go over to your settings, your security settings, and then the third from the bottom of the toggle, which is automatically toggled on to allow AI to train on your content, and you should turn that off because it is evil, and a universalist principle is to do the right thing there and get rid of it. I hate the fucking clankers. Anyhow, that being said though, yeah, good principle, good chapter, I like that. But we should press on, shall we? Against Offensive Warfare, Part 1, Section 17. If a man enters into an orchard and steals the peaches and plums, everybody who hears about it will condemn him, and if those above who administer the government catch him, they will punish him. Why? Because he injures others to benefit himself. When it comes to carrying off dogs, swine, chickens, and pillaging, the deed is even more unrighteous than entering an orchard to steal peaches and plums. Why? Because the loss to others is greater. It shows a greater lack of benevolence and is a more serious crime. When it comes to breaking into another man's stable and seizing his horses and cows, the deed is even more unrighteous than carrying off dogs, swine, chickens, and piglings. Why? Because the loss to the other is greater, and the loss is greater, it shows a greater lack of benevolence and is more a serious crime. When it comes to murdering an innocent man, stripping of his clothing and appropriating his spear and sword, the deed is even more unrighteous than breaking into a stable and seizing someone's horses and cows. Why? Because the injury to the other is even greater, and if the injury is greater, it shows a greater lack of benevolence and is a more serious crime. Now, all the gentlemen in the world know enough to condemn such acts and brand them as unrighteous, and yet when it comes to even greater unrighteousness of offensive warfare against other states, they do not know enough to condemn it. On the contrary, they praise it and call it righteous. Is this what it means to know the difference between righteousness and unrighteousness? If someone kills one man, he is condemned as unrighteous and must pay for his crime with his own life. According to this reasoning, if someone kills 10 men, he is 10 times as unrighteous and should pay for his crimes with 10 lives. Or if he kills 100 men, he is 100 times as unrighteous and should pay for his crime with 100 lives. Now all the gentlemen in the world know enough to condemn such crimes and brand them as unrighteous. And yet when it comes to the even greater unrighteousness of offensive warfare against other states, they do not know enough to condemn it. On the contrary, they praise it and call it righteous. Truly they do not know what unrighteousness is. So they make a record of their wars to be handed down to posterity. If they knew that such wars was unrighteous, then what reason would they have for making a record of their unrighteous deeds to be handed down to posterity? Now if there were a man who, on seeing a little bit of black, called it black, but on seeing a lot of black, called it white, we would conclude that he could not tell the difference between black and white. Or if there were a man who, on tasting a little bit of bitterness, called it bitter, but on tasting a lot, called it sweet, we would conclude that he could not distinguish between bitter and sweet. Now when a great wrong is committed and the state is attacked, men do not know enough to condemn it, but on the contrary praise it and call it righteous. Is this what it means to be able to distinguish between righteousness and unrighteousness? So we know that the gentlemen of the world are confused about the distinction between righteousness and unrighteousness. There's a smaller break here, part 3, section 19. Mozi said, when the people of the world praise something as good, what is their reason? Do they praise it because it brings benefit to heaven on high, and to the spirits in the middle realm and the mankind below? Or do they praise it because it fails to bring benefits to heaven on high, to the spirits in the middle realm and the mankind below? Even the stupidest man will reply that it is praised because it brings benefit to heaven on high, to the spirits in the middle realm and the mankind below. Everyone agrees that the ways of the sage kings constitute a standard of righteousness. Yet many of the feudal lords of the day continue to attack and annex their neighbouring states. They claim they are honouring righteousness, but they fail to examine the truth of the matter. They are like blind men who talk about black and white in the same way as ordinary men, but in practice cannot distinguish between them. Can this be called real discrimination? Therefore, when the wise man of ancient times planned for the welfare of the world, they were careful to consider in accord with what is right, and only then did they act. So there was no uncertainty in the movement, and they achieved speedy success and certain realisation of their desire. To accord with what benefits heaven, the spirits, and the common people. This is the way of the wise man. Similarly, when the benevolent men of ancient times ruled the world, they strove for amicable relations among the large states, united the world in harmony, brought together all within the 4 seas, and led the people to serve and honour the Lord on high, the sacred mountains and rivers and the spirits. Many were the benefits brought to mankind, and great were their success. Therefore heavens rewarded them, the spirits enriched them, and men praised them. They was honoured with the rank as sons of heaven, enriched with the possession of the world, and their names formed a triad with those of heaven and earth, enduring to this day. Such then are the ways of the wise man, and the means by which the former kings held positions of the world. But the rulers and feudal lords of the day are not like this. They all set about to examine the relative merits of their soldiers, whether they had teeth and claws, arrange their boats and chariot forces, and then, clad in strong armour and bearing sharp weapons, they set off to attack some innocent state. As soon as they enter the borders of the state, they begin cutting down the grain crops, felling trees, raising walls and fortification, filling up moats and ponds, slaughtering the sacrificial animals, firing the ancestral temples of the state, massacring its subjects, trampling down its aged and weak, carrying off its vessels and treasures. The soldiers are urged forward into battle by being told to die in the cause of duty is the highest honour, to kill a large number of the enemy is the next highest, and to be wounded is next. But for breaking ranks and fleeing in defeat, the penalty for that is death without open pardon. So the soldiers are filled with fear. Now to siege a state and overthrow its army, massacre its subjects, and undo the labours of the sages. Now this is intended to benefit heaven. Yet the people of heaven who are gathered together to attack the city of heaven. So they are massacring the subjects of heaven, driving out the spirits of their ancestors, overthrowing their altars of the soil and grain, and slaughtering their sacrificial animals. This brings no benefit to heaven on high. Is it intended to benefit the spirits? But to murder men is to wipe out the caretakers of the spirits, to cause the spirits of the former kings to suffer neglect, to oppress the subjects of the state and scatter its people. This brings no benefit to the spirits of the middle realm. Is it intended then to benefit mankind? But murdering men is a paltry way to benefit them indeed. And when we calculate the expenditures for such warfare, we find they have crippled the basis of the nation's livelihood, and exhausted the resources of the people to an incalculable degree. This brings no benefit to mankind below. Now when the armies fail to gain any advantage over each other, they say, if our generals are not brave, our officers not spirited, our weapons not sharp, our ranks not well drilled, our force not large, our soldiers not an army, our authority not firm, our sieges not sustained, our assaults not swift, our control over the people not strict, and our arts not ardent, then our allies among the other feudal lords will begin to doubt us. And if our allies begin to doubt us, then the enemy will have time to lay his plans and fulfill his desires. But even if all these conditions is met, before one sets out a war, the state will still lose its fighting men, and the common people will be forced to abandon their occupations. Let us examine the reasons for this. When a state which delights in aggressive warfare raises an army, it must have several hundred high officers, several thousand regular officers, and 100,000 soldiers before it can set out. The time required for the expedition will be several years at the longest, several months at the least. During that time, the leaders will have no time to attend to affairs of government. The officials no time to manage their departments of state. The farmers no time to sow or reap. The women no time to spin or weave. So in this case too, the state will lose its fighting men, and the common people will be forced to abandon their occupations. Moreover, there will be the damage and depreciation of the horses and chariots to consider. While if 1/5 of the tents and aids, army supplies and weapons can be salvaged from the campaign, the state will be lucky. In addition, a countless number of men will desert or become lost along the way, will die and then tumbled in a ditch due to starvation, cold and sickness caused by the length of the journey, and the fact that supplies do not arrive in time. Such is the injury which warfare inflicts upon men, the harm it brings to the world, and yet the rulers and officials delight in carrying out such expeditions. In effect, they are taking delight in the injury and extermination of the people of the world. Are they not perverse? At present, the states in the world which are fondest of warfare are Qi, Jin, Chu, and Yue. If these 4 states was in a position to order the rest of the world about, we have an underlined paragraph here by the annotator, they could easily increase their present populations by tenfold, and still have land left over to feed even more. This is because they have too few people and excess of land. Yet now they go to war with each other over land and succeed only in doing further injury to each other's people. This is simply to destroy what one does not have enough of for the sake of what one already has in excess. Now the rulers who delight in offensive warfare attempt to put a pleasing facade upon their doctrines, and criticise Mozi, saying, "You claim that offensive warfare is unrighteous and unprofitable thing. In ancient times you launched an expedition against the rulers of Miao. Tang attacked Jie and King Wu attacked Zhu, and yet all 3 are regarded as sage kings. Why is that?" Mozi said, "You have failed to examine the terminology which I employ. Do not understand the reasoning behind it. What these men did," and there's an underline with an annotation, "was not to attack but punish." And the annotation simply, the justification for war is different. Which, yeah, fair. It's a bit of an old excuse, but... In ancient times, the 3 Miao tribes was in great disorder and heaven decreed their destruction. The sun came out at night, and for 3 days it rained blood. A dragon appeared in the ancestral temple, and dogs howled in the marketplace. Ice formed in summertime, the earth split open and spring gushed forth. The 5 grains grew all deformed, and the people were filled with great terror. Gao Yang gave the command in the dark palace, and Yu in person grabbed the jade staff of authority and set out to subdue the rulers of the Miao. Amidst the din of thunder and lightning, the spirit with the face of a man and the body of a bird come bearing a jade baton to wait upon Yu. The general of the Miao was felled by an arrow, and the Miao army thrown into great confusion. After this their power waned. When Yu had conquered the 3 Miao, he marked off the mountains and rivers, separated those things which pertained to above and below, and clearly regulated the 4 extremities of the world, so that neither spirits nor people committed any offence, and all the world were at peace. This row Yu launched an expedition against the rulers of Miao. A footnote. The text of this and the 2 succeeding paragraphs is in poor condition and requires a considerable emendation before it will yield any sense. We have little information concerning the various legends which Mozi here refers to. What we have is mostly from later writers, confused and contradictory. In the case of King Jie of Xia, heaven likewise sent down a direct command. The sun and moon failed to appear at the proper time. Hot weather and cold mingled in confusion, and the 5 grains were seared and died. Spirits wailed throughout the land, and cranes shrieked for more than 10 nights. Heaven gave its command to Tang in the Biao Palace, ordering him to take over the solemn mandate from the Shah, for the Shah had fallen into grave disorder. Only then did Tang dare to lead forth his troops in obedience to the command and advance towards the border of Shah. And God caused the city of Shah to be secretly overthrown. After a while, a spirit appeared and reported to Tang, "The virtue of the Shah is in great disorder. Go and attack it, and I will surely cause you to win victory over it, for I have already received the command from heaven." Then heaven ordered Zhu Rong to send down fire in the northwest corner of the city of Shah, and Tang, leading the army of ordered Zhu Rong to send down fire in the northwest corner of the city of Shah, and Tang, leading the army of Jie, conquered it. Then he summoned all the nobles to bar and made clear to them the command of heaven, sending word of it to the four quarters, and none of the feudal lords of the world failed to do obeisance to him. This was how Tang punished Jie. In the case of King Zhu of Shang, heaven would not sanction his power. His sacrifices was untimely. For 10 days and 10 nights it rained earth at Bar, and the 9 cauldrons moved about. Phantom women came out after dark, and ghosts wailed at night. A woman turned into a man, flesh rained down from heaven, and brambles grew on the state roads. Yet the king continued to behave in an even more willful and abandoned way. A red bird holding its beak a bat and a jade alighted at the altar of Zhu state in the city of Qi and proclaimed, "Heaven orders King Wen of Zhu to attack Yin," which is known as Shang, and take possession of its state. Tired and journeyed to pay his respects to the Zhu ruler, the river cast up its chart, and the land brought forth the riding yellow beast. And footnote here, a mythical beast said to resemble a fox and to have 2 horns growing out of its back. King Wu ascended the throne, and in a dream he saw 3 spirits, who said to him, "We've already drowned Zhu of Shang in the power of wine. Go and attack him, and we will surely cause you to win victory over him." So King Wu went and attacked him, and replaced the state of Shang with that of Zhu. And heaven presented King Wu with the yellow bird pennant. After King Wu had conquered the Shang dynasty and received the gifts bestowed by God, he assigned guardians to the various spirits, instituted sacrifices to Zhu's ancestors, the former king of Shang, and opened up communications with the barbarians of the 4 quarters, so there were no one in the world who did not pay him allegiance. This was how he carried off the labour attack. Thus, if we examine the case of these 3 sage kings, we will see what they did was not to attack, but punish. But still, those rulers who delight in offensive warfare attempt to put a pleasing facade upon their doctrines and criticise Mozi, saying, "Do you claim that offensive warfare is an unrighteous and unprofitable thing? In ancient times, Zhongli, the founder of the state of Chu, was first in theft in the region of Mount Sui. Yu Kuei, descendant of Zhongzhu, were made ruler of the state of Yue, while Tangshu and Lu Shang were given possession of the state of Jin and Qi respectively. All these states originally covered an area of no more than a few hundred leagues square, yet by annexing their neighbours they have succeeded in dividing up the world among the 4 of them. How do you explain that?" Mozi said, "You have failed to examine the terminology I employ, and do not understand the reasoning behind it. In ancient times, the Son of Heaven had fought over 10,000 feudal lords, yet now, because of the annexation of one state by another, these 10,000 domains have all disappeared, and only the 4 remain. Footnote, this is rather misleading. There are over a dozen more or less independent states in China in Mozi's time. For though the 4 he mentions, Qi, Jin, Shu and Yue, seem to have been the most powerful, the state of Qin, which eventually conquered the others and united China, was at this time undergoing a period of internal disorder, and hence Mozi does not list it among the great powers. It is rather like the case of a doctor who administers medicine to over 10,000 patients, but succeeds in curing only 4. He cannot be said to be a very skilled physician. Yet these rulers who delight in offensive warfare attempt once more to put a pleasing facade upon their doctrines, saying, "It is not that we have any lack of gold and jewels, courtiers and waiting women or land. It is only that we wish to establish a reputation for righteousness in the world, and attract the other rulers to our virtue." Mozi said, and this section is underlined, "If you was really able to establish a reputation for righteousness in the world and attract other rulers by your virtue, there would be no time at all before the old world had submitted to you, for the world has for a long time been plagued by warfare, and is as weary as a little boy who has spent the day playing horse. If only there was someone who would conduct his diplomatic affairs in good faith, and would think first of all of how to benefit the other feudal lords. When a large state committed some unrighteous act, would feel concerned along with others who, When a large state attacked a small one, would go to the rescue of the small state, along with others, who, when the walls and fortifications of the smaller states were in poor condition, would see to it they were repaired, who, when the smaller state's supplies of cloth and grain were exhausted, would supply more, who, when the smaller state's funds was insufficient, would share his own. If one were to conduct his relations with the large states in this manner, then the rulers of the smaller states would be pleased. If others struggle when one is at ease, then one's own military position will become stronger. If one is merciful and generous, substituting affluence for one, then substituting affluence for one, then the people will surely be won over. If one substitutes good government in one's own state for offensive warfare, then one will achieve manifold success. If one weighs the expenditure of one's own army and compares them with the ruinous expenses of the other feudal lords, one will see that one has gained rich benefits. If one conducts one's affairs in accordance with what is correct, acts in the name of righteousness, strives for lenience in ruling one's subjects and good faith in dealing with one's army, and thus sets an example for armies of the other feudal lords, then one will have no enemy under heaven, and will bring incalculable benefit to the world. This is what benefits the world, and if the rulers and officials do not know enough to make use of it, then they cannot be said to understand the most important way of benefiting the world. Therefore Mozi said, if the rulers and officials and gentlemen of the world sincerely desire to promote what is beneficial to the world and eliminate what is harmful, this next part underlined, they should realise that offensive warfare is in fact a general harm to the world. If they wish to practice benevolence and righteousness and become superior men, if they wish to act in accordance with the way of the sage, kings, and benefit the people of China, they should not fail to examine what I have said, my condemnation of offensive warfare. And that's the end of the section. Our next section is moderate expenditure, part 1, section 20. When a sage governs a state, the benefit to the state are doubled. When he governs the world, the benefits to the world are doubled. The doubling is not accomplished by acquiring territory outside, but eliminating needless expenditure within the state itself. In this way, the benefits can be doubled. When the sage administers the government in issuing orders, beginning enterprises, employing the people, or expending wealth, he does not do anything which is not in some way useful. Therefore wealth is not wasted, the strength of the people not taxed, and yet many benefits are procured. A small annotation here, waste not. What is the purpose of making clothing? To keep out the cold in winter, and the heat in summer. Therefore the way to make clothing is to design something that will provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Whatever is merely decorative and does not contribute to these ends should be avoided. What is the purpose of building houses? To keep out the wind and cold in the winter and the heat and rain in the summer, and provide protection against thieves. Whatever is merely decorative and does not contribute to these ends should be avoided. What is the purpose of armour, shields, and the various kinds of weapon? To provide protection against rebels and bandits. When faced with rebels and bandits, if one have armour, shield, and weapons, one can overcome them, but if not, one is helpless. Therefore the sages made armour, shields, and weapons. One tries to make them as light, sharp, durable, and difficult to break as possible. What is merely decorative and does not contribute to these ends should be avoided. What is the purpose of making boats and carts? In the case of carts, it is to provide a means of getting about on land, and in the case of boats, to provide a means of travelling on rivers, so that all areas may enjoy the benefits of communication with each other. In making boats and carts, one strives for lightness and convenience. What is merely decorative and does not contribute to these ends should be avoided. In making these 5 things, nothing is done that does not contribute to their usefulness. Therefore wealth is not wasted, the strength of the people are not taxed, and yet many benefits are procured. If one can persuade the ruler to give up their passion for collecting jewels, birds, beasts, dogs and horses, and increase the amount of clothing, houses, armour, shields and weapons, boats and carts, then it is easy enough to double the number of these articles. What then is it difficult to double the number of? It is difficult to double the number of people, and yet it can be done. In ancient times, the sage kings made a law saying that no man of 20 should dare be without a family, no woman of 15 should dare be without an husband. Such were the law of the sage kings, and we have a footnote. So says Mozi. The Confucian work, the Zuli or Ratsuzu, which claims to represent the practices of the early Zhou under Meshi, the matchmaker, prescribes the marriage age as 30 for men and 20 for women, which does seem a little more reasonable, doesn't it? But since the Sage Kings passed away, the people have taken the following their own desire. Those who want to have a family early, in some cases, marry at 20. Those who want to have a family late, in some cases, marry at 40. The average marrying age is therefore 10 years later than that prescribed by the law of the Sage Kings. Since families usually have one child in 3 years, then by marrying earlier they could have had 2 or 3 children during those 10 years. But can one double the population without causing the people marry early? Certainly not. This section underlines, there are many ways in which the rulers of the world today actually cause their populations to decrease. They work the people until they are weary, they exact heavy taxes from them so that wealth of the people is exhausted, and countless numbers of them die of cold and starvation. Moreover, the rulers insist on raising up armies and set off to attack neighbouring states. The expeditions lasting sometimes as long as 3 years, or at the shortest 3 months. The men and women are separated for long periods of time, and this serves in effect to diminish the population. Countless numbers die of insecure living conditions, irregular food and sickness, while countless more are killed in ambushes, fire attacks, assaults on cities and battles in the open field. It does not seem then that the rulers of the day are deliberately inventing ways of diminishing the population. These did not exist when the sages administered their rule. When they administered their rule, they invented ways of increasing the population, did they not? Therefore Mozi said, to do away with needless expenditure is the way of a sage king, and the source of great benefit to the world. That's the end of that section. And it mostly seems pretty sensible. I mean, I do think that, decorative touches on clothing and buildings and everyday articles can be good. And indeed is a benefit, but I think what is mostly being prescribed against here is acts that are, or works that are greatly extravagant, you know? If there's not enough housing for everyone, it's better to have small apartments for everyone than to build lavish mansions. And if people are lacking clothes, it's better that everyone has, shirts and trousers and a t-shirt than a million designs and half fashion. And of course, a lot of this stuff is no longer stuff that would be administered by the state. In the modern day, sort of clothing is and housing is generally done by private interests, isn't it? It's not entirely applicable, but the general principle of prioritising the needs and welfare of the people first, as the sort of primary principle of the state, still holds true. And warfare is a terrible expense. Moderation in Funerals, Part 3, Section 25. Mozi said, the benevolent man in planning for the welfare of the empire is no different from the filial son planning for the welfare of his parents, is he? And when a filial son plans for the welfare of his parents, what is it he aims at? If his parents are poor, he seeks to enrich them. If the members of the family are few, he seeks to increase their number. If the family is in disorder, he seeks to bring it to order. If his efforts may in time find his strength prove insufficient, his wealth inadequate, and his wisdom wanting, and yet so long as he has unused strength, untried schemes, and unrealised prospects for benefit, he dares not cease working for the welfare of his parents. It is by seeking these 3 aims that the filial son plans for the welfare of his parents. The same is true of both the benevolent man planning for the welfare of the world. If the people of the world are poor, he seeks to enrich them. If they are few, he seeks to increase their number, and if they are in disorder, he seeks to bring them to order. In his efforts, he may, in time, find his strength prove insufficient, his wealth inadequate, and his wisdom wanting. And yet, so long as he has unused strength, untried schemes, and unrealised prospects for benefit, he dares not cease working for the welfare of the world. It is by seeking these 3 main aims that the benevolent man plans for the welfare of the world. Now that the sage kings of the 3 dynasties of antiquity have passed away, and the world has forgotten their principles, there are some gentlemen of later ages who maintain that elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning are manifestations of benevolence and righteousness, the duty of a filial son, and there are others who maintain that elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning are contrary to benevolence and righteousness, and should not be practiced by filial sons. The proponents of these 2 views are directly opposed in their words and actions, and yet both sides claim they are following the way handed down from antiquity by Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu. Since their words and actions are contradictory, people are in doubt as to what to follow. If people are in doubt as to which to follow, let us try examining the government of the state and its people, and see what degree elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning contribute to the 3 aims of the benevolent man mentioned above. Before we press on, I will mention that in the Analects, Confucius specifically states that a period of mourning of, I think it was 3 years, is fundamental and necessary, and indeed that a man who does not engage in it is somewhat heartless. So we'll see how Mozi rules. In my opinion, if by following the principles of adopting the instructions of those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning, one can actually enrich the poor, increase the population, bring stability and order to the state, and such principles are in accordance with benevolence and righteousness, and are the duty of a filial son. Those who lay plans for the state cannot but recommend them, and the benevolent man seeking to promote what is beneficial to the world cannot but adopt them and cause the people to praise and follow them all their lives. If, on the other hand, by following the principles and adopting the instructions of those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning, one cannot actually enrich the poor, increase the population, and bring stability and order to the nation, and such principles are not in accordance with benevolence and righteousness, and are not the duty of a filial son. In the case of those who lay plans for the state, cannot but oppose them, and benevolent men seeking to eliminate what is harmful to the world cannot but discard them, and cause the people to condemn and shun them all their lives. For it has never happened that, by promoting what is beneficial to the world and eliminating what is harmful, one has failed to bring order to the states and people of the world. How do we know that this is so? There are still many gentlemen in the world today who are in doubt as to whether elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning are actually right or wrong, beneficial or harmful. Therefore Mozi said, let us try examining the matter. If we follow the rules of those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning and apply them in the state, and we are told the funeral of a king or our minister will require several inner and outer coffins, a deep grave, numerous grave clothes, a large amount of embroidery for decorating the coffin, and a large grave mound. If the family of the deceased happen to be humble commoners, the wealth of the family will be exhausted, and if they are feudal lords, then their treasuries will be emptied. As the above articles have been supplied, one still needs gold, jewels and pearls to adorn the corpse, and bundles of silk, carriages and horses to enter into the grave. In addition, there must be draperies and hangings, tripods, baskets, tablets, mats, vessels, basins, spears, swords, feather banners, and articles of ivory to hide and bury with the dead before the requirements are fulfilled. And as to those who has chosen to accompany the dead, in the case of sons of heaven, anywhere from several to 1,000 persons will be sacrificed. But in the case of generals or our ministers, the number will be from several to several tens. And what are the rules to be observed by the mourner? We are told that he must wail and cry in sobbing voice at irregular intervals, wear an hemp and mourning garments, with tears running down his face. He must live in mourning hut, sleep on a straw mat, and use clods of earth and a clod of earth for a pillow. In addition, he is urged not to eat so as to appear starved, to wear thin clothes so as to appear cold, to acquire a lean and sickly look and dark complexion. His ears and eyes are to appear dull, his hands and feet lacking in strength, as though he had lost the use of them. In the case of our officials, we are told that during a period of mourning they should be unable to rise without support or walk without a cane. And all this is to last for 3 years. There is a note here, or a footnote, not the older years, but into the 3rd year, i.e. 25 months. And the old Mozi's description of elaborate funerals and mourning practices follows what was prescribed by the Confucians, though the latter stressed that mourning practices were never to be carried to the point where they endangered the health of the mourner. It should be noted, however, that the Confucians never advocated the ancient and grisly custom of human sacrifice, the so-called following in death which Mozi mentions. On the contrary, took every opportunity to denounce it. Now, if the rulers and high officials are to adopt these practices, they cannot appear at court early and retire late, attend to the 5 ministries and 6 bureaus, encourage farming and forestry, and fill the granaries. If the farmers are to adopt these practices, they cannot leave their homes early and return late, planting their fields and cultivating their crops. If the artisans are to adopt these practices, they cannot construct boats and carts and fashion dishes and utensils, while if women are to adopt these practices, they cannot devote themselves day and night to spinning and weaving. Thus we see that in elaborate funerals much wealth is burned, while lengthy mourning prevents people from going about their activities for long periods of times. If the wealth and goods that have already been produced are to be bundled up and buried in the ground, and the means of future production are to be prohibited for long periods of time, and one still hopes this way to enrich the state, then it is like prohibiting planting and still hoping for harvest. One could never acquire wealth in that way. And thus, and the next section is underlined. Thus, if one hopes to enrich the state, this is obviously not the way to do it. If one hopes to increase the population, then are elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning perhaps a benefit? Again, we find that the answer is no. I suppose one follows the rules of those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning, and applies them in government. You're told that one should mourn 3 years on the death of a ruler, 3 years on the death of a parent, 3 years for a wife or eldest son, 1 year for paternal uncles, brothers and younger sons, 5 months for other close relatives, and several months for aunts, sisters, cousins on the maternal side, etc. The rules require one to appear emaciated, to acquire a lean and sickly look, a dark complexion, ears and eyes that are dull, hands and feet that are lacking in strength and useless. In the case of our officials, we are told that they should be unable to rise without support or to walk without a cane. And all this, in most cases, is to last 3 years. If these practices are adopted and people really are reduced to a starved condition, then the common people will be unable to bear the cold in winter or the heat in summer, and countless numbers of them will sicken and die. Moreover, the relations between men and women will in many cases be disrupted. Next section is underlined. To open this way to increase the population is like ordering a man to fall upon his sword and wishing him a long life. Thus, if one hopes to increase the population, this is obviously not the way to do it. But if one hopes to bring order to the government, then are elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning perhaps a benefit? Again, we find the answer is no. If one follows the rules of those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning, and apply them to a government, then the state will become poor, the people few and the government disordered. But if one applies these rules, then those in superior positions will be unable to attend to affairs of government, while those in inferior positions will be unable to pursue their tasks. If those in superior positions do not attend to the affairs of government, then disorder will result, and if those in inferior positions do not pursue their tasks, then there will not be enough food and clothing. And if there is not enough food and clothing, then the younger brother, seeking help from his older brother but receiving none, will feel no more love for his older brother, but instead will come to hate him. Similarly, the son, seeking help from his father but receiving none, will become unfilial and will hate his father. The minister, seeking help from his lord but receiving none, will become disloyal and will turn against his superior. Then evil and immoral people, with neither clothing to go abroad nor food at home, will be stoned by shame in their heart and will give themselves up to uncontrollable evil and violence. Thus thieves and bandits increase in number, and law-abiding persons grow few. If thieves and bandits increase in number and law-abiding persons grow few, and yet one seeks in this way to achieve order, it would be like ordering a man to turn around 3 times without showing his back to you. If one hopes to achieve order, this is obviously not the way to do it. But if one hopes to prevent large states from attacking small ones, then are elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning perhaps of some use? Again, we find the answer is no. And the answer's about the comments, so we'll take a break here. God, but Mozi does like to hammer his point home, doesn't he? God. I mostly agree with him on this point, but he's just going on and on about the same thing over and over in different examples. Still, it's interesting because it does mean that he's elaborating in sort of order each one of his principles and how this point applies to them. So it's building up to a kind of cohesive philosophy, at least. Anyhow, odds is on, so I have a drink of water. But yeah, it's interesting actually, because the philosophy here shown, even if the order is a bit weird, does feel like it really does seem to be building on itself, right? Each section does work to build on the previous one. In the first section, you have to hire men who, like, it's pretty simple, you hire men who are of good character and quality, so competent people are running things. Then you establish that the order is, founded on the will of the highest and trickles down from there. The virtue is founded based on the principles espoused by the people in power. But then from there you have the system of universal, of universal love, the principles coming therefore. The disdain for warfare, which is embodied by that. And now you have this, frugalness, this attention to the will of the people, and this disdain of costly and wasteful ceremonies. It's all step by step by step, but it builds on itself, right? The disdain for the army leads into the frugalness of the state. The universalism leads into the disdain for the army. It all kind of comes together in this coherent philosophy, piece by piece, but all fitting really well. And while I don't agree with all of it, I think some parts of it are a little extreme, and some parts of it are maybe missing certain points. I do think that generally it is a significantly better example of essentially what the Book of Lord Shane was attempting. It is a coherent legal sort of coherent philosophical system based upon principles of governmental management. political philosophy in the most literal sense. How are we getting on with the reading? We are there, and started there, and we ought to get to there, so... Yeah, we're about halfway through, so we're still on track to finish on time. In fact, we might feel that. So they're still on track for 4 hours, and I'm still feeling pretty good, so I think we'll stick on with that and try and get through it tonight. Yeah, I'll have another drink now. But yeah. I'm trying to think what else there is to say, really. The problem with reading the whole explicit sort of guide to a specific system of philosophy is that the guide itself is generally pretty good at explaining its own thoughts. Between that and my comments on each chapter, I don't have too much to say, so yeah, we'll press on as soon as the answer's over. And the answer's over now, so press directly onwards. If one hopes to prevent large states from attacking small ones, then are elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning perhaps of some use? Again we find that the answer is no. Now that the sage kings of antiquity have passed away and the world has forgotten their principles, the feudal lords rely upon force of arms to attack each other. In the south are the kings of Chu and Yue, in the north the lords of Qi and Qin. All of them drill and discipline their soldiers, attack and annex their neighbours, and seek to rule the world. Only one thing would deter a large state from attacking a small one, and that is for the small state to have plentiful supply of provisions, walls and fortifications in good repair, and superiors and subordinates who work in harmony. In that case, the large states will have no desire to attack. Now, if one follows the rule of those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning, and applies them in government, then the state will become poor, the people few, and the government disordered. If the state is poor, it cannot store up plentiful supplies of provisions. If the people are few, there will not be enough men to keep the fortification and moats in repair. And if the government is disordered, then the state will be unable to win victory abroad or defend its position at home. Thus, if one hopes to prevent large states from attacking small ones, this is obviously not the way to do it. If one hopes to win the blessing from Lord on high, the spirits, then there are elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning perhaps of some use. Again, the answer is no. If one follows the rules of those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning, and applies them in government, then the state will become poor, the people few, and the government disordered. If the state is poor, then the offerings of millet and wine will not be of the required purity. If the people are few, there will not be enough for them to serve the Lord on high and the spirits. And if the government is disordered, then the sacrifices will not be conducted at the proper time or in the proper fashion. Now, if one conducts the government in this way, and effectively preventing the proper worship of the Lord on high and the spirits, and the Lord on high and the spirits will look down from above and consider how to deal with the people, and will say to each other, "It is better for us that these people exist or they cease to exist." Then the Lord on high and the spirits will send down chastisement for the people's faults, harsh punishment, and will abandon them. And they will have good reason for doing so, will they not? Therefore the ancient sage kings prescribed the following rules for funerals and mourning. A coffin 3 inches thick is sufficient to bury a rotten body. 3 pieces of clothing are sufficient to cover a smelly corpse. In interring the coffin, it should not be placed deep enough to reach water, nor so near the surface as to allow the odour to escape. A grave mound 3 feet in height is large enough. After the dead one has been buried, the living shall engage in no prolonged mourning, but shall return speedily to their tasks, each doing whatever he is able to do, and working for the benefit of others. Such was the rules of the sage kings. Now those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning say, although elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning cannot enrich the poor, they increase the population and ensure the stability and order, yet they represent the way of the sage kings. Mozi said, "This is not so. In ancient times, when Yao went north to instruct the 8 Dar tribes, he died on the way, and was buried on the north side of Mount Kyong. 3 pieces of clothing wrapped his corpse, and the coffin were of a parole variety of wood and tied shut with vines. No wailing was done until after the coffin were interred. The grave were filled in, but no mound was constructed, and after the burial, horses had been An oxen plodded over the ground the same as before. And Shun went west to instruct the 7 wrong tribes who died on the way and were buried in the marketplace of Nanji. 3 pieces of clothing wrapped his corpse, and the coffin were of a poor variety of wood and tied shut with vines. After the burial, the people in the market walked over the spot, same as before. When Yu went east to instruct the 9 Yi tribes who died on the way and were buried at Mount Quanji. 3 pieces of clothing wrapped his corpse, and the coffin were made of soft palawinja wood, 3 inches thick and tied shut with vines. The coffin were not tightly bound shut, nor a large pit dug. The grave were not deep enough to strike water, but not shallow as to allow the odour to escape. After the burial, the loose earth were gathered together on top to form a grave mound 3 feet in size, and this were considered sufficient. So if we examine the cases of these 3 sage kings, we can see that elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning do not in fact represent the way of sage kings. These 3 kings was honoured with the position of son of heaven, and possessed the richness of the old world. Surely they did not choose to be buried in this way because they were concerned about the expenditure. But the burials of the rulers and officials today are very different from this. They must have outer and inner coffins, 3 layers of embroidered iron, jades and jewels, and when these have been provided, they still require spears, swords, tripods, baskets, vessels, basins, embroideries, silks, countless horse bridles, carriages, horses, waiting women and musicians. On top of this, they demand roads and approaches to the grave, going this way and that, and a mound as round and high as an hill. Footnote. The text of this passage is doubtful in several places, particularly the mention of countless horse bridles, which should perhaps be amended to read 6 carriage bells. All of this interferes with the duty of labour of the people and wastes their wealth to an incalculable degree, such as the uselessness of elaborate burials. Therefore Mozi said, I have already stated above that if by following the rules and using the plans of those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mournings, one can actually enrich the poor, increase the population and bring stability and order to the government, and such principles must be in accordance with the benevolence and righteousness and the duty of a filial son. In that case, those who lay plans for the state cannot but recommend them. But, if by following the rules and using the plans of those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mournings, one cannot actually enrich the poor, increase the population and bring stability and order to the government, and such principles are not in accordance with the benevolence and righteousness and are not the duty of a filial son. In that case, those who lay plans for the state cannot but condemn them. Therefore, if one seeks to enrich the state by adopting such practices, it will only bring great poverty. If he seeks to increase the population, he will only decrease it further. If he seeks to bring about order in government, he will only achieve greater disorder. If he seeks thereby to prevent large states from attacking small ones, he will have no hope of success. If he seeks for blessings from the Lord on high and the spirits, he will obtain only misfortune. If we examine the ways of the sage kings, Yao, Shun, Ya, Yu, Tang, Wen and Wu, we find that they were the direct opposite of such practices. But if we examine the practices of the evil kings, Ji, Zhu, Yu and Li, we find that they accord exactly with these. From this we can see that elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning were not the way of the sage kings. Now those who advocate elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning say, if elaborate funerals and lengthy mourning are in fact not the way of the sage kings, then why do the gentlemen of China continue to practice them and not give them up? Why do they carry them out and not abandon them? The guy kind of belabors the point here, doesn't he? Right. As he said, this is because they confuse what is habitual with what is proper, and what is customary with what is right. In the ancient times, east of the state of Yue lived the people of the land of Kaishan. When their first son was born, they cut him up and ate him, saying that this would be beneficial to the next son. When the fathers died, they loaded their mothers on their backs, carried them off and abandoned them, saying, one can't live in the same house with the wife of a ghost. These were regarded by the superiors as rules of government, and by the people as accepted procedure. They continued to practice these customs and did not give them up, carried them out and did not abandon them. And yet can we actually say they represent the way of benevolence and righteousness? This is what it means to accept what is habitual as proper and what is customary as right. Feels like a bit of a straw man, but whatever. South of Chu lived the people of the land of Yan. When their parents die, they scrape the flesh of the dead person's bones and throw it away. After that, they bury the bones, and thus consider they have fulfilled their duty as filial sons. That's a different burial custom. West of Qin lived the people of the land of Yichu. When their parents die, they gather together the brushwood and burn the bodies. When the smoke rises, they say the dead have ascended far off. After this, they feel they have fulfilled their duty as filial sons. In these lands, such customs are regarded by the superiors as rules of government and by the people of accepted procedure. They continue to practice them and do not give them up, carry them out and do not abandon them. And can we actually say they represent the way of benevolence and righteousness? This is what it means to accept what is habitual as proper and what is customary as right. Bit naff there, but whatever. If we examine the practice of these three lands, we find them too casual and artless. While if we examine those of the gentlemen of China, we find them too elaborate. Some practices being too elaborate and others too casual, we must seek moderation in the matter of funerals and burials. Food and clothing are the greatest benefit of the living, yet they must be used with moderation. Since funerals and burials are the greatest benefit of the dead, how then can we fail to exercise moderation in their case as well? Therefore, Mozi prescribes the following rules for funerals and burials. A coffin 3 inches thick is sufficient to bury rotten bones. 3 pieces of clothing are sufficient to cover rotten flesh. The hole in the ground should not be deep enough to reach dampness, nor so shallow that the gases escape above ground. A man sufficiently large to mark the spot is all that is needed. Mourners may weep going to and from the burial, but after that they should devote themselves to making a living. Sacrifices should be carried out at appropriate times in order to fulfill one's filial duty to parents. Thus, in this way, the rules of Mozi neglect the benefits of neither the living nor the dead. So Mozi said, if the officials and gentlemen of the world today sincerely desire to practice benevolence and righteousness, and become superior men, if they wish to act in accordance with the way of sage kings and to benefit the people of China, they ought to adopt moderation and funerals as a principle of government. They should not fail to examine the matter. See, I mostly agree with him, but he did bang on about that for about twice as long as he needed to. Which, you know, go off, I guess. Anyway, I'll have a swallow of water and we'll press right on, really, because I don't have much else to say on that. That one really just feels like he's picking, he's starting to pick with Confucius to establish his credentials as a philosopher. Yeah. The Will of Heaven, Part 1, Section 26. Mozi said, the gentlemen of the world today understand small matters, but not large ones. How do we know this? We know it from the way they conduct themselves at home. If at home a man commits some offence against the head of the family, he may still run away and hide at a neighbour's house. His parents, brothers and friends will all join in mourning and admonishing him, saying, you must be more cautious, you must be more circumspect. When you are living at home, how can it be right for you to offend the head of the family? This is true not only of a man who lives at home, but of a man who lives in a state as well. If a man living in a state commits some offence against the ruler of the state, he may still run away and hide in a neighbouring state. And his parents, brothers and friends will all join in mourning and admonishing him, saying, you must be more cautious, you must be more circumspect. How can you live a state and still consider it right to offend the ruler of the state? If people warn and admonish a man this sternly while he still has some place to run away to and hide, how much more sternly should they feel obliged to warn and admonish him if there were no place for him to run and hide? There is a saying that goes, if you commit a crime here in the broad daylight, where will you run and hide? There is no place to run and hide, for everyone will spy you out clearly, even in the forest, the valley, or the dark and distant place where no one lives. Yet with regard to heaven and the gentlemen of this world, for some reason do not know enough to warn and admonish each other. Thus I know that the gentlemen of the world understand small matters, but not large ones. What does heaven desire, and what does it aim? Heaven desires righteousness and hates unrighteousness. Thus if I lead the people of the world to devote themselves to righteousness, then I am doing what heaven desires. If I do what heaven desires, then heaven will do what I desire. What do I desire and what do I aim? I desire good fortune and prosperity, and hate misfortune and calamity. If I do not do what heaven desires, and instead do what heaven does not desire, then I will be leading the people of the world to devote themselves in what will bring misfortune and calamity. How do I know that heaven desires righteousness and hates unrighteousness? In the world where there is righteousness there is love, where there is no righteousness there is death. Where there is righteousness there is wealth, where there is no righteousness there is poverty. Where there is righteousness there is order, where there is no righteousness there is disorder. Now heaven desires life and hates death, desires wealth and hates poverty, desires order and hates disorder. So I know that heaven desires righteousness and hates unrighteousness. Moreover, righteousness is what is right. Subordinates do not decide what is right for their superiors. It is the superiors who decide what is right for their subordinates. Therefore the common people devote their strength to carrying out their tasks. They cannot decide for themselves what is right. There are gentlemen who do that for them. The gentlemen devote their strength to carrying out their tasks, but they cannot decide for themselves what is right. There are ministers and officials to do that for them. The ministers and officials devote their strength to carrying out their tasks, but they cannot decide for themselves what is right. There are the 3 high ministers and the feudal lords to do that for them. The 3 high ministers and the feudal lords devote their strength to managing the affairs of government, but they cannot decide for themselves what is right. There is the Son of Heaven to do that for them. The Son of Heaven cannot decide for himself what is right. There is heaven to decide that for him. The gentlemen of the world have no difficulty in perceiving the Son of Heaven decides what is right for the 3 high ministers, the feudal lords, the gentlemen, and the common people. But the people of the world are unable to perceive that heaven decides what is right for the Son of Heaven. Therefore Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu, the sage kings of the 3 dynasties of antiquity, wish to make it clear to the people of the world that it is heaven who decides what is right for the Son of Heaven. All without exception fed their sacrificial oxen and sheep, fattened their dogs and pigs, prepared clean offerings of millet and wine, and sacrificed to the Lord on high and the spirits in order to seek blessings and good fortunes from heaven. But I have never heard of heaven seeking the blessings and good fortune from the Son of Heaven, so I know that it is heaven that decides what is right for the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven is the most eminent person in the world, and the richest in the world. He who desires riches and eminence must not fail to obey the will of heaven. He who obeys the will of heaven, loving all men universally and working for their benefit, will surely win reward. But he who disobeys the will of heaven, showing partiality and hatred, and working to injure others, will surely incur punishment. Who then were those who obeyed the will of heaven and won reward, and who were those who disobeyed the will of heaven and incurred punishment? Mozi said, Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu, the sage kings of the 3 dynasties of antiquity, they were the ones who obeyed the will of heaven and won reward. Qi, Zhu, Yu, and Li, the evil kings of the 3 dynasties of antiquity, they were the ones who disobeyed the will of heaven and incurred punishment. How did Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu win reward? Mozi said, above they honoured heaven, in the middle realm they served the spirits, and below they loved men. Therefore the will of heaven announced, these men love all those I love and benefit all those I will benefit. They love men widely and benefit them greatly. Therefore heaven caused them to be honoured with the position of Son of Heaven, and enriched with the possessions of the world. They were succeeded by their sons and grandsons for countless generations, and their goodness were praised throughout the world. Even the day people praised them, calling them sage kings. How did Qi, Zhu, Yu, and Li incur punishment? Mozi said, above they blasphemed against heaven, in the middle realm they blasphemed against the spirits, and below they did harm to men. Therefore the will of heaven announced, these men show discrimination and hatred against those I love, do harm to those I would benefit. They hate men widely and harm men greatly. Therefore heaven caused them to die before their time, and to perish in single generations. And even the day people condemn them, calling them evil kings. How do we know that heaven loves the people of the world? Because it enlightens them universally. How do we know that it enlightens them universally? Because it possesses them universally. How do we know that it possesses them universally? Because it accepts sacrifices from them universally. How do we know that it accepts sacrifices from them universally? Because within the 4 seas, among all the people who live on grain, there are none who do not feed their sacrificial oxen and sheep, fatten their dogs and pigs, prepare clean offerings of millet and wine, and sacrifice to the Lord on high and the spirits. Since heaven possesses all the cities and people, how can it fail to love them? Moreover, I say that he who kills one innocent person will invariably suffer one misfortune. Who is it that kills the innocent person? It is a man. And who is it that sends down the misfortune? It is heavens. If heavens did not love the people of the world, then why would they send down misfortune simply because one man kills another? Thus I know that heaven loves the people of the world. He who obeys the will of heaven will regard righteousness as right. He who disobeys the will of heaven will regard force as right. What does it mean to regard righteousness as right? Mozi said, if one is in a large state, he will not attack a small state. If one is a member of a large family, he will not bully a small family. The strong will not oppress the weak, the eminent will not lord it over the humble, the cunning will not deceive the stupid. Thus then will bring benefit to heaven on high, to the spirits in the middle realm, and to the man below. Because these 3 types of benefits are realized, the fairest names in the world will be given to such a man, and he will be called a sage king. But a man who regards force as right is different. His words and actions will be directly opposed to these, as though they were galloping off in the opposite direction. If he is in a large state, he will attack a small state. If he's a member of a large family, he will bully a small families. The humble will oppress the weak. The strong will oppress the weak. The eminent will lord it over the humble. The cunning will deceive the stupid. This will bring no benefit to heaven on high, nor to the spirits in the middle realm or the man below. Because none of these three types of benefits is realized, the foulest names in the world will be given to such a man, and he will be called an evil king. Mozi said, "The will of heaven is to me like a compass to a wheelwright, or a square to a carpenter. The wheelwright and the carpenter use their compass and square and measure what is round or square for the world, saying, what fits these measurements is right, and what does not fit them is wrong. Now the book of the gentlemen of the world are too numerous to be listed, and their sayings too many to be examined in full. Among the higher circles the gentlemen lecture to the feudal lords, and in lower circles they expound the men of honour. And yet on matters of benevolence and righteousness they are far apart. How do I know? Because I measure them by the clearest standard in the world, the will of heaven." Small break, part 2, section 27. Mozi said, "If the gentlemen of today wish to practice benevolence and righteousness, they must not fail to examine the origin of righteousness. If they must not fail to examine the origin of righteousness, then what is the origin of righteousness?" Mozi said, "Righteousness does not originate with the stupid and humble, but with the eminent and wise. How do we know that righteousness does not originate with the stupid and humble, with the eminent and wise? Righteousness means doing what is right. How do we know that righteousness means doing what is right?" A lot of this seems very circular, and a lot of it seems very redundant. Because when there is righteousness in the world is well ordered, but when there is no righteousness, then it is in disorder. Therefore we know that righteousness means doing what is right. Now the stupid and humble cannot decide what is right for the eminent and wise. There must first be the eminent and wise, who can then decide what is right for the stupid and humble. Yeah, it's not. It's better than the Book of Lord Shang, but it's not a particularly fun read. And again, I think the style is quite similar, though the content is better. I'm gonna have a swallow of water now. I want to push through and finish this tonight, mostly because I don't want to pick it up again, but I think I should be glad to be done with it anyway. Ah yes. It must first be the eminent and wise, who can then decide what is right for the stupid and humble. Therefore we know that righteousness does not originate with the stupid and humble, with the eminent and wise. Then who is eminent and wise? Heaven is pure eminence and pure wisdom. Therefore righteousness in fact originates with heaven. Now people in the world say it's perfectly obvious that the Son of Heaven is more eminent than the feudal lords, that the feudal lords are more eminent than the ministers. We do not know that heaven is more eminent and wise than the Son of Heaven. Mozi said, "I know that heaven is more eminent and wise than the Son of Heaven. For this reason. If the Son of Heaven does something good, heaven has the power to reward him. If he does something bad, heaven has the power to punish him. If the Son of Heaven is suffering from some illness or misfortune, he must fast and purify himself, prepare clean offerings of wine and millet, and make sacrifices to heaven and the spirits. And then heaven will take away the affliction. But I have never heard of heaven praying for blessings from the Son of Heaven, so I know that heaven is more eminent and wise than the Son of Heaven. This is not all. I also know from one of the books of the former kings, which explains the enlightened and unfathomable way of heaven in these words. Enlightened and wise is heaven, looking down upon and governing the world below. This then tells us that heaven is more eminent and wise than the Son of Heaven. I do not know whether there is something even more eminent and wise than heaven. As I have said, heaven is pure eminence and wisdom. Therefore righteousness in fact originates with heaven. So Mozi said, if the gentlemen of the world truly desire to honour the way, benefit the people and search out the basis of benevolence and righteousness, then they must not fail to obey the will of heaven. If one must not fail to obey the will of heaven, then what does heaven desire, and what does it aim? Mozi said, the will of heaven does not desire that large states attack small ones, that large families overthrow small ones, that the strong oppress the weak, the cunning deceive the stupid, or the eminent lord over the humble. This is not all. It desires that among men those who have strength will work for others, those who understand the way will teach others, and those who possess wealth will share it with others. It also desires that those above will diligently attend the matters of government, and those below will diligently carry out their tasks. If those above diligently attend the matters of government, then the state will will be well ordered. If those below diligently carry out their tasks, then there will be enough wealth and goods. If the state is well ordered and there are enough wealth and goods, then it will be possible to prepare clean offerings of wine and millet, and a sacrifice to heaven and the spirits within the state. There are other circlets and other ornaments of jade and pearl by which to carry on diplomatic relations with surrounding states. When the state need not worry about the other feudal lords rising in anger against it, or about armed clashes on its border, when it can devote its efforts to feeding the hungry and giving rest to the weary at home, and taking care of its own subjects, then rulers and superiors will be generous, and its subordinates and subjects loyal, its fathers and older brothers loving, its sons and younger brothers filial. Therefore, if one clearly understands how to obey the will of heaven and put into practice in the world at large, then the government will be well ordered, the population harmonious, and the state rich, and wealth and goods plentiful. The people will all have warmth, clothes, and plenty to eat, and will live in comfort and peace, free from care. Therefore Mozi said, if the government of today truly desire to honour the way, benefit the people, and search out the basis of benevolence and righteousness, they must not fail to obey the will of heaven. Now, the way in which heaven holds possession of the world is no different from the way in which a ruler or feudal lord holds possession of all within the four borders of his domain. When a ruler or feudal lord holds possession of the land within the four borders of his domain, does he desire that his subjects should strive to harm each other? If he is a member of a large state and attacks a small state, is he a member of a large family and overthrows a small family? Though he may hope thereby to win reward and praise, he will never succeed, but will suffer punishment instead. Now, the way in which heaven holds possession of the world is no different. If one lives in a large state and leads it to attack a small one, if one lives in a large city and leads it to attack a small city, though one may hope thereby to win blessing and reward from heaven, he will never succeed, but instead will call down upon himself misfortune and disaster. Thus, if men do not do what heaven desires, but instead do what heaven does not desire, then heaven will likewise not do what men desire, but instead will do what men do not desire. What is it that men do not desire? Sickness, misfortune, and disaster. Thus, if one does not do what heaven desires, but instead one does what heaven does not desire, this is simply to lead to the multitudes of the world in pursuing the path to misfortune and disaster. Therefore, the sage kings of antiquity sought to understand clearly what heaven and the spirits would bless, to avoid what heaven and the spirits would hate, and in this way they worked to promote what is beneficial to the world and eliminate what is harmful. Thus heaven sent forth its heat and cold in season, the four seasons proceeded in order, the yin and yang, rain and dew rain and dew were timely. The 5 grains ripened, the 6 types of domestic animal grew to maturity. Footnote: horses, cattle, sheep, swine, fowl, and dog. Dogs were raised to be eaten. Rough. Didn't even mean for that to be a pump affair. Grew to maturity, and disease, pestilence, and famine did not occur. Therefore Mozi said, if the gentlemen of today truly desire to honour the way, benefit the people, and search out the basis of benevolence and righteousness, they must not fail to obey the will of heaven. In the world there are those who are unbenevolent and ill-omened. If a son does not serve his father, the younger brother does not serve his older brother, the subject does not serve his lord, then all the gentlemen of the world call him ill-omened. Heaven loves the world universally, and seeks to bring mutual benefit to all creatures. There is not so much as the tip of a hair which is not the work of heaven. And since the people enjoy all these benefits, may we not say that his love for them is generous indeed? In the case of heaven alone, they do nothing to repay this love, but even fail to perceive that they are unbenevolent and ill-omened. Therefore I say that gentlemen understand trifling matters, and fail to understand important ones. Moreover, I know for the following reason that heaven loves the people generously. It sets forth one after another the sun and moon, the stars and constellations to lighten and lead them. It orders the 4 seasons, spring, fall, winter and summer, to regulate their lives. It sends down snow and frost, rain and dew to nourish the 5 grains, hemp and silk so that people may enjoy the benefit of them. It lays out the mountains and rivers, the ravines and the valley streams, makes known all affairs so as to ascertain the good or evil of the people. It establishes kings and lords to reward the worthy and punish the wicked, to gather together metal and wood, birds and beasts, and to see the cultivation of the 5 grains, hemp and silk, so that the people may have enough food and clothing. From ancient times to present, this has always been so. Suppose there is a man who delights in and loves his son, and he does everything within his power to benefit him. If the son, when he grows up, does nothing to repay his father, then all the gentlemen of the world will call him unbenevolent and ill-fated. Heaven loves the world universally and seeks to bring mutual benefit to all creatures. There is not so much as the tip of an hair which is not the work of heaven. And since the people enjoy all the benefits, may we not say that its love for them is generous indeed? In the case of heaven alone, they do nothing to repay this love, but even fail to perceive that they are unbenevolent and ill-fated. Therefore I say the gentlemen understand trifling matters, but fail to understand important ones. This is not the only reason that I know heaven loves the people generously. If someone kills an innocent person, then heaven will send down misfortune upon him. Who is it that kills an innocent person? A man. And who is it that sends down the misfortune? Heaven. If heaven did not love the people generously, then what reason would it have to send down a misfortune upon the murder of one innocent person? This I know that heaven loves the people generously. Yet there is another reason I know that heaven loves the people generously. There are those who, by loving and benefiting others and obeying the will of heaven, have won heaven's reward. And there are those who, by hating and injuring others and disobeying the will of heaven, have incurred heaven's punishment. Who are those who, loving and benefiting others and obeying the will of heaven, won heaven's reward? Yao Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu, the sage kings of the three dynasties of antiquity. What did Yao Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu devote themselves to? They devoted themselves to universality and shun partiality. Universality meant that if one is a large state, he will attack not a small state. If one is a member of a large family, he will not overthrow a small family. The strong will not oppress the weak, the many will not bully the few, the cunning will not deceive the stupid, and the eminent will not lord it over the humble. Examining such a policy, we find that it brought benefit to heaven above, and the spirits in the middle realm and to the man below. And because of these three types of benefit, there were none that were not realized. It was called heavenly virtue. All the fairest names in the world were given to such a ruler, and people said, this is benevolence, this is righteousness, this is what it means to love and benefit others, to obey the will of heaven, and to win heaven's reward. This is not all. Such deeds were recorded on bamboo and silk, engraved in metal and stone, inscribed on bowls and basins, and handed down to posterity and generations after. Why was this done? It was done so men would know how these rulers loved and benefited others, obeyed the will of heaven, and won heaven's reward. Thus the Ode Hungary says, God said to King Wen, I am won by your right virtue. The renowned you do not make a display, that the leader of the land you do not change, without thinking you obey the laws of God. The footnote, Book of Odes, Dia, section Hungary, Mao text number 241. God admired the way King Wen obeyed his laws, and therefore gave him possession of the realm of Yin as a reward, humouring him with the possession of Son of Heaven and enriching him with the position of Son of Heaven and enriching him with the world. And even today the sound of his praise never ceases. So we know who these were, who, loving and benefiting others and obeying the will of heaven, won heaven's reward. Who were those who, hating and injuring others and disobeying the will of heaven, incurred heaven's punishment? Say it with me now. Ji, Zhu, Yu, and Li, the evil kings of the three dynasties of antiquity. What did Ji, Zhu, Yu, and Li devote themselves to? They devoted themselves to partiality and spurned universality. Partiality means that if one is in a large state, he'll attack a small state. If one's the land for a large family, he'll overthrow a small family. Strong will oppress the weak, many will bully the few, the cunning will deceive the stupid, and the eminent will lord it over the humble. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Examining such a policy, we find that it brought no benefit to heaven above, for the spirits in the middle realm or to man below. Because it failed to realize these types of benefits, it was called an offense against heaven. All the foulest names in the world were given to such a ruler, and people said there is no benevolence, that is not right, this is not righteousness, this is what it means to hate and injure others, to disobey the will of heaven, and to incur heaven's punishment. But that is not all. Such deeds were recorded on bamboo and silk, engraved on metal and stone, inscribed in bowls and basins, and handed down to prosperity and generations after. Why was this done? It was done so that men would know that these rulers hated and injured others, disobeyed the will of heaven, and incurred heaven's punishments. Thus the Great Declaration says, in the footnotes, a lost section of the Book of Documents, this section by the name in the present text of documents is spurious. Zhu sits with his legs sprawled out and refuses to serve the Lord on high. He neglects the spirit of the former kings and fails to sacrifice to them, and yet he insists, I have the mandate of heaven. He gives himself up to insult and tyranny, and heaven therefore cast him away and will not protect him. If we examine the matter, we will realize that heaven cast Zhu away and would not protect him because he disobeyed the will of heaven. So we know who those who were who, hating and injuring others and disobeying the will of heaven, incurred heaven's punishment. Therefore Mozi said, the will of heaven is to me like a compass to a wheelwright or a square to a carpenter. The wheelwright uses his compass to test the roundness of every object in the world, saying, what matches the line of my compass I say is round. What does not match my compass I say is not round. Therefore he can tell in every case whether a thing is round or not, because he has a standard for roundness. The carpenter uses his square to test the squareness of every object in the world, saying, what matches the square is square, what does not match my square is not square. Therefore he can tell in every case whether a thing is square or not, because he has a standard for squareness. In the same way, Mozi uses the will of heaven to measure the government of the rulers and ministers above, the writings and words of the multitude below. He observes their actions, and if they obey the will of heaven, he calls them good actions, but if they disobey the will of heaven, he calls them bad actions. He observes their words, and if they obey the will of heaven, he calls them good words, but if they disobey the will of heaven, he calls them bad words. He observes their government, and if it obeys the will of heaven, he calls it a good government, but if it disobeys the will of heaven, he calls it a bad government. Thus he employs this as a standard, establishes it as a measure, and with it measures the benevolence and unbenevolence of the rulers and ministers of the world, and as easy as telling black from white. Therefore Mozi said, if rulers, ministers, and gentlemen of the world truly desire to honour the way, benefit the people, and search out the basis of benevolence and righteousness, they must not fail to obey the will of heaven, for obedience to the will of heaven is the standard of righteousness. And that's the end of that chapter. Section, I should say. Ugh, I have a drink of water. He does not half reiterate himself, does Mozi? So again, that section was at least twice as long as it needed to be, and said the same thing over and over again, but when you take apart you strip away all the excess language, there is something that is of note and interest here, and it's that Mozi's system of philosophy, in the way of many ancient systems of philosophy and morality and argument, appeals to an higher power in two forms. The first he does repeatedly in referring to the ancient sage kings. He holds up his examples of right living and claims his principles are derived from. And the second is Evan. This is a pretty common practice in a lot of older texts, in both antiquity and China and across the world. Modern ideas weren't seen as better. It was considered that the ancestors knew great things, and you see that trope still reflected in like a lot of fantasy stories, right? Like lost artifacts and ancient magics were better than the stuff of the modern age. There's this idea that the ancients had wisdom that was beyond us, and so a lot of argument tends to appeal in that manner. But with the appeal to heaven as well, you have this sort of fundamental religious doctrine. Mozi is creating his system of right and wrong, and is implying that all right and wrong is derived from this single sort of higher point. And so it must be understood that, he is undisputably, in the right here. Which I'm not going to sort of dispute it directly, but yeah, it's a notable feature of a lot of older sort of argumentative texts. It's interesting to see noted and done quite as explicitly as it is here. And it does make a strong argument for his principle of universalism again. Like, the universal principle is benefit to the whole world, and so presumably to heaven above and to the spirits in the middle kingdom or whatever. But he just does say it over and over again. But still, we're most of the way done now, so we'll press on. Explaining Ghosts, Part 3, Section 31. Mozi said, now that the sage kings of the three dynasties of antiquity have passed away and the world has forgotten their principles, the feudal lords regard might as right. So we have rulers and superiors who are not generous, and subordinates and subjects who are not loyal, fathers and sons, younger and older brothers who are not loving or filial, brotherly or respectful, virtuous or good. The leaders of the state do not diligently attend to affairs of government, and the humble people do not diligently pursue their tasks. People give themselves up to evil, violence, thievery and rebellion, using weapons and arms, poison, fire and water to assault innocent persons on the roads and byways, and seize their carriages and horses, robes and furs for their own benefit. All these conditions come about for the same reason, and as a result the world is in disorder. Now why do we have this state of affairs? It all comes about because people are in doubt as to whether ghosts and spirits exist or not, and do not realise that ghosts and spirits have their power to reward the worthy and punish the wicked. If we could only make all the people in the world believe that the ghosts and spirits have the power to reward the worthy and punish the wicked, then how could there be any disorder in the world? Okay, so this part here reads kind of crazy to me actually. I'm enjoying that. I'm right back into it. This is engrossing and fascinating. Never heard this before. Those who claim that ghosts do not exist say, of course there's no such thing. And morning and evening they preach this doctrine to the world, spreading scepticism among the people, and causing them to be in doubt as to whether ghosts and spirits exist or not. Thus the world becomes disordered. Therefore Mozi said, if the rulers, ministers and gentlemen of the world today truly desire to promote what is beneficial to the world, and eliminate what is harmful, they must face the question of whether ghosts and spirits exist or not and examine it. mean, Naski, you are asking the wrong person here. I'm a rat. Being ruled by fear is absolutely 100% of my time. Yeah. Being ruled by fear is very fundamental, right? An ability to overcome to overcome being ruled by fear is the process of a mind, or the product of a mind that is outside of the grasp of fear. Fear leads people to most things, hunger, cold, basic things, A person who has no fear to rule them is a person who is not in a position to be afraid. If you're not ruled by fear, then eventually you just die of it. Nature of the world. A rat who's not afraid of cats is not a rat who is long for this world. So I can attest. But I'm mostly just interested in why he thinks the ghosts are the important part of understanding why people are doing evil, so I'll jump back into it. Must examine this question whether ghosts and spirits exist or not, and examine it. It is clear that one must examine this question of whether ghosts and spirits exist or not. Well then, if the examination is to be sound, what method should we use? Mozi said, the way to determine whether something exists or not is to find out whether people actually know from the evidence of their own ears and eyes whether it exists, and use this as a standard. If someone has actually heard it and seen it, then we must assume that it exists. If no one has heard or seen it, then we must assume it does not exist. If this is to be our method, then why don't we try going to some village or community and asking? If from antiquity to today, at the beginning of mankind and the present, there have been people who have seen ghosts-like and spirit-like beings, and heard their voices, then how can we say they don't exist? If no one has seen them, how can we say they exist? Now, those who claim that ghosts do not exist say there are countless people in the world who say they have seen or heard ghost-like or spirit-like things, but who among them has ever really heard or seen such a thing? Mozi said if we were to go by what many people have jointly seen and what many people have jointly heard, there is the case of Budo. King Zhuang of the Zhou dynasty put to death his minister Budo, though he had committed no crime. Budo said, "My lord, you are going to put me to death, though I have committed no crime. If the dead have no consciousness, then this will be the end of the matter. But if the dead have consciousness, then before 3 years are over, I will make you know it." 3 years later, King Zhuang called together the feudal lords and went hunting at Pu. His party of several hundred hardened chariots and several thousand attendants filled the field. At midday, Budo appeared, wearing a vermilion hat and robe, holding a vermilion bow and vermilion arrows, and riding in a plain chariot drawn by a far more horse. He pursued King Zhuang and shot him in his chariot. The arrow pierced the king's heart and broke his back. He fell down in his chariot, slumped over his quiver, and died. At the time, there were none among the Jew attendants who did not see what happened, and no one in distant regions who did not hear about it. Footnote here, Mozi uses the verb to hear, but at the point of this sentence is to hear the report of, which that's just a translation. It recorded in the spring and autumn annals of Zhou. Spring and autumn here is a generic term for the season-by-season chronicles kept by the historiographers of the various states. Rulers used it to instruct their subjects and fathers to warn their sons, saying, "Be careful, be circumspect. All those who kill innocent men will suffer misfortune and incur the punishments of the ghosts and spirits with such rapidity." If we examine what is written in this book, how can we doubt that ghosts and spirits exist? It is not only what is written in this book that proves it. Once long ago, Duke Mu of Qin, text says Duke Mu of Zheng, the legend tradition is associated with Duke Mu of Qin. Duke Mu, wherever, were in his ancestral temple during the day, when a spirit entered the gate and turned to the left. It had the face of a man and the body of a bird, wore a white robe with black borders, and were very dignified and grave in appearance. When Duke Mu saw it, he was frightened and started to run away, but the spirit said, "Do not be afraid. God recognizes your enlightened virtue and has sent me to bestow upon you 19 more years of life. It will make your state prosperous and your descendants numerous, and they shall not lose possession of Qin." Duke Mu bowed twice, lowered his head, and said, "May I ask the name of the spirit?" The spirit replied, "I am Gu Mang." If we would accept as reliable what Duke Mu of Qin saw in person, then how can we doubt that ghosts and spirits exist? And yet it is not only what is written in this book that proves it. In ancient times, Duke Jian of Yan put to death his minister, Zhuang Ziyi, though he committed no crime. Zhuang Ziyi said, "My lord, you are going to put me to death, though I committed no crime. If the dead have no consciousness, that will be the end of the matter. But if the dead have consciousness, then before 3 years are over, I'll make you know it." A year later, the ruler of Yan were about to set off in his chariot for Zhu. Zhu and Yan is like Sheji and Qin in Qi, Sangolin in Song, and Yunming in Chu, a place where men and women gather to sightsee. Footnote. This sentence is parenthesis of the nature of a note, perhaps added by a later writer. The places mentioned were apparently the scenes of religious observances. At noon, just as the Duke of Yan were about to set off on the road for Zhu, Zhuangzi appeared, carrying a vermilion staff, and struck down the Duke in his chariot. At that time, there were none among the Yan attendees who did not see what happened, and no one in distant regions who did not hear about it. It recorded in the spring and autumn annals of the Yan, and the feudal lords handed down set the story, saying, all those who kill innocent men will suffer misfortune, and incur the punishment of the ghosts and spirits with just such rapidity. If we examine what is written in the book, how can we doubt that ghost and spirit exist? And yet it is not only what is written in this book that proves it. Long ago, in the time of Bao, Lord Wen's soul, there were a minister named Guan the Invocator who served in the ancestral temple of the state. Once a shaman appeared from the temple bearing a club and said, Guangu, what does this mean? The sacramental jades and circlet do not fulfill the proper standard. The offering of wine and millet are impure. The sacrificial animals are not fat and flawless as they should be, and ceremonies appropriate to the four seasons are not performed at the right times. Is this your doing or Bao's? Guangu replied, Bao is an infant still in swaddling clothes. What does he know of such matters? I am in charge and it's all my doing. And the shaman raised his club and struck Guangu, and he fell dead on the altar. At that time there were none of the song attendants who did not see what happened, and no one in distant regions who did not hear about it. It recorded in the spring and autumn annals of song, and the feudal lords handed down the story, saying, all who fail to conduct sacrifices with the proper respect and circumstance will incur punishment of the ghosts and spirits with just such rapidity. If we examine what is written in the book, how can we doubt that ghosts and spirits exist? I don't know why that one proves that ghosts and spirit exist. That was just a shaman appeared from the temple. That was just a guy who hit him with a club and he died. What? And the other ones, like, that's ghosts appearing and talking to people or attacking. But that was just a guy who came out of a temple and hit him with a club for doing rights wrong. I don't think that's strong evidence for ghosts. I mean, I don't need strong evidence. I know ghosts exist. I get possessed by them on the bloody regular, but that one's a bit of a weak one by my understanding. And yet it's not only what is written in this book that proves it. Long ago in the time of Lord Zhuang of Qi, there were two ministers named Wang Li Guo and Zhong Li Jiao. These two men had been engaged in a lawsuit for 3 years, but no judgment had been handed down. Lord Zhuang thought of executing them both, but was afraid of killing an innocent man. He also thought of acquitting them both, but was afraid of setting free one who were guilty. He therefore ordered the two men to bring a lamb and take an oath on the Qi altar of the soil. The two men agreed to take the oath of blood. The throat of the lamb were cut, its blood sprinkled on the altar, and Wang Li Guo's its version of the case read through to the end. Next, Zhong Li Jiao's version were read. Before it had been read half through, the lamb rose, butted Zhong Li Jiao, broke his leg, and then struck him down on the altar. At that time, there were none of the attendants at Qi who did not see what happened, and no one in distant regions who did not hear about it. It recorded in the spring autumn annals of Qi, and the feudal lords handed down the story, saying, all those who take oaths of insincerity will incur the punishment of the ghosts and spirits with just such rapidity. If we examine what is written in the book, how can we doubt that ghosts and spirits exist? Therefore, Mozi said, even in the deep valley, the broad forest, the dark and distant places where no one lives, you must not fail to act with sincerity, for the ghosts and spirits will see you even there. Now those who claim ghosts do not exist say, how can one rely upon the eyes and ears of the multitude in settling doubts? One hope to be a superior gentleman of the world and still trust the eyes and ears of the multitude. Mozi said, if one is not to trust the eyes and ears of the multitude in setting doubts, then may I ask, are the sage kings of the three dynasties of antiquity, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen and Wu, worthy to be accepted as a standard in such matters? Surely every man who is above the average will answer that they are. Therefore let us review for a moment the deeds of these sage kings. In ancient times, after King Wu had attacked the state of Yin and punished its rulers, Zhu, he ordered the feudal lords to divide up the sacrificial duties, saying, those who are closely related to the throne may participate in the inner worship, those distantly related may participate in the outer worship. It is clear that King Wu must have believed in the existence of ghosts and spirits, since after attacking Yin and overthrowing Zhu, he ordered the feudal lords to divide up the sacrificial duties in this way. If no ghosts and spirits existed, then why would King Wu have had the sacrificial duties divided up? And it is not only the deeds of King Wu that prove their existence. Sage kings of old always bestowed the rewards at the ancestral temple, meted out punishments at the altar of the soil? Why were rewards bestowed at the ancestral temple? To announce to the spirits that division of reward were fair. And were punishments meted out at the altar of the soil? To announce to the spirits that the sentence was just. And it is not only that what is written in these books about King Wu that proves their existence. In ancient times, on the day when the rulers of Yu, Jia, Shang, and Zhou, the sage kings of the three dynasties, first established their states and set up their capitals, they always selected a site for the main altar of the state and constructed an ancestral temple there. They would select a site where the trees were particularly fine and luxuriant, and there in the grove set up the altar of the soil. Then they would select the most kind, filial, virtuous, and good men among the leaders of the state to act as invocators of the temple. Select the plumpest, most perfectly shaped and coloured among the 6 domestic animals to be sacrificial victims. Provide jade circlets, badges, and pendants to the proper quality and number, and select the most fragrant and yellow of the 5 grains to be used for the offerings of wine and millet, the quality of wine and millet varying with the abundance of the year. This was how the sage kings of ancient times, when they ruled the world, put the affairs of the ghosts and spirits first, and those of other people last. Therefore it was said, when the government officers provide the implements of state, they must first see to it that the proper vessels and robes for use in the sacrifices are fully stocked in the storehouses, that the invocators of the temple and other officials in charge of sacrifices have been appointed in full number in the court, and the animals to be used as sacrificial victims have been separated from the common herd. Since the ancient sage kings conducted their government in this fashion, they must have believed in the existence of ghosts and spirits. That's reasonable, yeah. Such were their deep concern for the service of the ghosts and spirits, but, fearing that their sons and grandsons in later ages would not understand this, they made a record of it in bamboo and silk to be handed down to posterity, again fearing that these might rot and become lost, so later ages would have no way to learn what had been written on them. They inscribed it on bowls and basins, and engraved it on metal and stone as well. Still they feel that their descendants might not show proper reference, and therefore fail to obtain blessing. Therefore, in the books of the former kings, among the words of the sages, we find within one scroll of silk or one bundle of bamboo writing slips repeated mentions of the existence of ghosts and spirits. Why is this? Because this is what the sage kings were most concerned about. Now, those who claim that ghosts do not exist, go about saying there are no such things as ghosts or spirits, are turning their backs on the concerns of the sage kings. This is surely not the way of a true gentleman. Those who claim that ghosts do not exist say, these books of the former kings, these words of the sages, which within only one scroll of silk or one bundle of bamboo writing slips, repeatedly mention the existence of ghosts and spirits. Tell us, what books are they? Mozi said, among the books of Zhou there are the Greater Odes, for instance. The Greater Odes say, King Wen on high, he shines in heaven. Zhou is an old people, but its charge is new. The leaders of Zhou became illustrious. Was not God's charge timely given? King Wen ascends and descends on the left and right of God. Majestic is King Wen. His good fame never ceases. Footnote. Book of Odes, Greater Odes, or Dissection Wen Wang, Mount Text, number 235. If ghosts and spirits do not exist, then how could King Wen, who was already dead, be on the left and right of God? So I know that the Book of Zhou recognizes the existence of ghosts. But if there are ghosts in the Book of Zhou but none in the Book of Shang, then we do not have sufficient proof for our argument. Therefore, let us try going back a little further and examining the books of Shang. There we find it written, in ancient times, before the rulers of Xia were visited by misfortune, on all the beasts and living creatures, even the birds that fly, there were none that did not follow the proper way. How much more these creatures with the faces of men would they have dared to have contrary arts? Likewise, the ghosts and spirits of the mountains and rivers, would any of them have dared to be restless? So the rulers of Xia, with reverence and sincerity, brought harmony to the world and guarded the land below. Footnote, Mozi is apparently quoting from some lost section of the Book of Documents. It is possible the quotation should end with the word restless, and the sentence which follows is Mozi's comment. Now, if we examine the reasons and the ghosts and the spirits did not dare to be restless, we find it is because they were aiding Yu in his rule. So I know the Book of Shang recognises the existence of ghosts. If there are ghosts in the Book of Shang but none in the books of Xia, then we do not have sufficient proof for argument. Therefore, let us try going back a little further and examining the books of Xia. The declarations of Yu say there was a great battle at Gan. The king summoned the 6 commanders of the left and right, and made this declaration to the army, saying, The Lord of Hu violates the 5 elements and discards the 3 standards of heaven, earth, and man. Heaven therefore cuts off his mandate. He also said, This day I shall fight with the Lord of Hu for the day's fame. You ministers, officers, and commoners, it is not that I covet your fields or gardened lands. I am only respectfully carrying out heaven's punishment. If you on the left do not think you do your duty on the left, or you on the right do not do your duty on the right, You will not be carrying out my orders. If you charioteers do not correctly manage your horses, you will not be carrying out my orders. Rewards will be conferred in the ancestral temple and punishments meted out on the altar of the soil. There's a footnote. The passage with some textual variation comprises almost all the same section, known as the Declaration of Gan in the present book of documents. Why were rewards conferred in the ancestral temple? To show the division of rewards were fair, while punishments meted out on the altar of the soil to show the sentence was just, because the ancient sage kings believed that it was through the ghosts and spirits that the worthy were rewarded and the evil punished. They invariably conferred rewards in the ancestral temple and meted out punishments at the altar of the soil. So I know that the books of Xia recognise the existence of ghosts. Thus, first in the books of Xia, then the books of Shang and Zhu, we find the existence of ghosts and spirits mentioned again and again. Why is this? Because the sage kings were deeply concerned about such matters. If we examine what is written in these books, how can we doubt that ghosts and spirits exist? It is said that in ancient times, in the prior this day, Ding Mao, the Zhu people offered prayers to the altar of the soil in the four corners, and yearly prayers to the ancestor in order to prolong the years of their life. If there were no ghosts or spirits, then how could they open the way of prolonging their lives? In their footnote, the text of this passage in relation to comes before and after are very doubtful. Ding Mao is the designation of one of the days of the 66-day cycle, the 60-day cycle, and used for recording dates, at least from Shang times on. Therefore Mozi said, if the fact that the ghosts and spirits reward the worthy and punish the evil can be made a cornerstone of policy in the state and impressed upon the common people, it will provide a means, bring order to the state and benefit to the people. Where there is corruption among the officials and head of bureaus, or illicit relations between men and women, the ghosts and spirits will see it. When the people give themselves up to evil and violence, thievery and rebellion, using weapons, knives, poison, fire and water to assault innocent persons on the road and byways, and seize their carriages, horses, robes and furs for their own benefit, the ghosts and the spirits will see this too. Therefore, the officials and heads of bureaus will not dare to be corrupt. When they say good, they will not dare to withhold reward. When they say evil, they will not dare to withhold punishment. And people who give themselves up to evil and violence, thievery and rebellion, using weapons, knives, poison, fire and water to assault innocent persons to the roads and byways and seize their carriages, horses, robes and furs for their own benefit. All these people will as a result cease their activities, and the world will be well ordered. And a footnote. 21 characters representing some sort of textual garble have been omitted at this point. Beneath the sharp eyes of the ghosts and spirits, dark caves and broad swamps, mountain forests and deep valleys are no protection. The ghosts and spirits will invariably spy you out and know what you have done. Before the punishment of ghosts and spirits, wealth, honour, strength of numbers, bravery and might, strong armour and sharp weapons are of no avail. But the punishments of the ghosts and spirits will overcome all of these. And I'll stop here because the ads are about to come on. I mean, what you got? So the idea of these ghosts serving as a sort of universal karma, enacting justice and righteousness, is, I guess, it's a useful tool for a ruler or someone who hopes to administer justice and maintain the sort of control of the people. So you can see what it's done. Well, I do like the fact that this book is mostly just a bibliography of sources citing, yeah, here's a bunch of evidence that ghosts are real. You got these five broadly witness accounts, although one of them was just a guy, and then these three accounts are ancient sources. So it is just like this whole book so far, or this whole chapter so far, has mostly just been Mozi being like, well, here is my strong evidence for why ghosts exist. I mean, I can't fault him. I know ghosts exist, so yeah, he's right. But like, you know, it's a bit of a weird, like, I don't know, it's strange, right? It's like having the whole academic bibliography in the middle of this text instead of, I don't know. I mean, I guess he consults the books of the ancestors and the ancient kings quite a lot, so it's not like it's entirely out of character. But it's just weird that this whole section is basically just an argument for why ghosts exist, and then the rest of, like, the reason that you need ghosts to exist is mostly assumed to be self-evident. It only takes a little while to explain that. Meanwhile, he goes on for pages and pages about the proof that they exist. Which actually I don't mind, because the stories of why, like, you know, the evidence that ghosts exist, those were quite amusing. A bit of legendarium. I quite enjoyed that. Yeah. Yeah, what else is there to say then? Well. There's got to be something to say, Lord. Yeah, I mean, Mozi's system here, I think, is mostly good. I'm broadly enjoying it, but the worst part of this is just the style of writing, really. His principles, I think, are good as well. I agree with a lot of what he says about universalism and about these ideas of, universal principles. I don't necessarily agree with his top-down system of sort of morality and organising society, but I can see that it's effective and I approve of it. And I disagree with some of his stuff about limitations of beauty, but I do agree with his frugal prospects. Overall, it's a philosophy of government I can much more significantly agree with than I did that of the Book of Lord Shang. If only it was better written, I'd probably be really enjoying it. But I do enjoy some of it. Like the stories there of the ghosts, most of them were very entertaining. The vermilion bow and arrow and the vermilion staff and all that were good. The sacrificial lamb beating the man to death, Those were fun and engaging stories, but he does just make his point over and over again. Which, is something the Book of Lord Shang also did, while being a much less reasonable and much more evil text. So, I don't hold him negatively against that, but compared to the Analects, which were just a series of individual bites of wisdom that were very entertaining and had a lot of good stories, or the Tao Te Ching, which was a series of poems containing secrets of the universe, there's a pretty big step down, I think, to the Mozi. And maybe an equally big step down from the Mozi to the Book of Lord Shang, actually, that way. Anyway, ads is about to end, so I'll have a drink of water. And yeah, we should have. Actually, let me just double check. Let me just double check now, so that we can tell how much longer we've got to go. So we're on. Which means we have how much longer? There we go. Okay, 21 more pages. We've been averaging about 30 some an hour, 35 an hour or so. So we'll probably finish about 40 minutes. 40 minutes into this, and then we'll do a little bit of discussion. So. Buckle up, the end is near. Do you think it is not so? In ancient times, King Ji of the Xia dynasty were honoured with the position as son of heaven, and possessed all the wealth of the world. Yet above he blasphemed against heaven and despised the spirits, while below he abused and slaughtered the common people. Footnote: a garble of 8 characters has been omitted. The text of this whole paragraph is in very poor condition. Thereupon heaven commanded Tang to carry out its enlightened punishment. Tang, with his 9 chariots, arranged in the bird formation and the wild goose march, ascended Dazan, scattered the forces of Xia, entered the suburbs of the capital with his own hands, captured Tui Dangshi. Thus in ancient times, King Ji of the Xia was honoured with the position as son of heaven and possessed all the wealth of the world. He had in his service a man of daring and strength, named Tui Dangshi, who could tear apart live rhinoceros or tiger, and directed the killing of others. And he had such millions of soldiers that filled the lowlands and hills. He could not ward off the punishment of the ghosts and spirits. So I know from this that before the punishment of the ghosts and spirits, wealth and honour, strength and numbers and bravery, might and strong armour and sharp weapons are of no avail. See, he says all this, but I want to hear about the bird formation and the wild goose march. That sounds really interesting. He's just glossing over it. Shame. This is not all. In ancient times, King Zhu of the Yin dynasty were honoured with the position of son of heaven, and possessed all the wealth of the world. Yet above he blasphemed against heaven and despised the spirits, while below he abused and slaughtered the common people. He cast aside the aged, murdered little children, roasted innocent men alive, and cut open pregnant women. The common people and the aged, the widows and widowers, wept and cried, but they had no one to appeal to. Thereupon heaven commanded King Wu to carry out its enlightened punishment. King Wu, with 100 select chariots and 400 brave warriors, announced his intentions to the other lords and, with the seals of authority, reviewed the troops. He fought with the men of Yin in the field of Mu, with his own hands captured Fei Zhong and Yi Lai. And the multitude deserted and ran away. That's interesting, actually. When I say the name Eli, that is, the first name is just the letter E. I've never seen a name character transcribed as just a single letter before. King Wu rushed after them into the palace. A footnote, a 4-character garble has been omitted at this point, and carved Zhu's head and hung it from a red ring mounted on a white banner, thus carrying out punishment for the feudal lords of the world. So in ancient times, King Zhu were honoured with the position of son of heaven, and possessed all the wealth of the world. He had in his service men of daring and strength such as Fei Zhong, Yi Lai and Hu, the Marquis of Chong, who directed the killing of others, He had such millions of soldiers that they filled the lowlands and hills. He could not ward off the punishment of the ghosts and spirits. So know from this that before the punishment of the ghosts and spirits, wealth, honour, strength, numbers, bravery, might, strong armour and sharp weapons are of no avail. Moreover, the words Chinar tell us, attaining virtue is not a small matter, wiping out a family is not a large one. Footnote, perhaps from a lost section of the Book of Documents, continuing, that is to say, when the ghosts and spirits confer rewards, no matter is too small to be rewarded. When the ghosts and spirits mete out punishments, no consideration is great enough to interfere. Those who claim that ghosts do not exist say, this not only fails to benefit parents, but actually does harm to filial sons, does it not? Footnote, I do not fully understand the objection to the anti-ghost party at this point, nor what connection it has with what comes before and after. The statement apparently concerns family sacrifices to deceased parents. Yeah, I'm not exactly... I'm with the author on that one, I'm not exactly clear on this, but yeah, anyway. Mozi said, the ghosts and spirits are past and present at three kinds only. The spirits of heaven, the spirits of the mountains and rivers, and the ghosts of men who have died. Now it sometimes happens, it is true, that a son dies before his father, or a younger brother before his older brother. Yet as the old saying of the world has it, he who was born first dies first. So those who die first will be either one's father or one's mother, one's elder brother or one's elder sister. Now when we prepare pure wine and millet and offer them with reverence and circumspection, if ghosts and spirits really exist, we are thereby providing food and drink for our fathers and mothers, elder brothers and elder sisters. This is not a great benefit. Of course, if ghosts and spirits do not really exist, then it would seem that we are wasting the material we use, the wine and millet. But though we expend them, it is not as though we were simply pouring the wine in a sewage ditch and throwing the millet away. The member of the family and the people in the community can all gather to drink and eat them. Therefore, though no ghost or spirit exists at all, we would still have the opportunity to gather together, a pleasant group, and make friends with the people of the community. That's interesting there, actually. I'm going to pause there for a moment. Because Mozi there is basically making the social argument in favour of religion, basically that the building of community around religion justifies it even if there is no religion behind it. Which is, I don't think it was quite a modern argument, so that's interesting. Yeah. Those who claim that ghosts do not exist say, there has never been any such thing as ghosts and spirits, therefore I shall not expend my wealth on wine and millet on sacrificial animals. It is not that I begrudge the expense of such things, but what is it to be accomplished by offering them? This is to oppose what is written in the books of the sage kings, that violates the way of the filial son of the people. Such people claim to be the superior men of the world, but this is surely not the way to be a superior man. Therefore Mozi said, now when I perform sacrifice, it is not as though I were pouring the wine in a sewage ditch and throwing the millet away. Above I am seeking the blessing of the ghosts and spirits, while below I am gathering together a pleasant group and making friends with the people of the community. And the ghosts and spirits really exist, then I am able to provide food and drink for my father and my mother, and my elder brother and sister. Is this not beneficial to the old world? And a footnote. In this closing section, Mozi speaks as though he were not himself wholly convinced of the existence of ghosts and spirits. Therefore Mozi said, if the rulers, ministers and gentlemen of the world truly desire to promote what is beneficial to the world, and eliminate what is harmful, they must believe the existence of ghosts and spirits and honour them accordingly. But this is the way of the sage king. That's the end of the chapter. And I'll just pause to say there that actually that footnote is making quite an interesting point, because it almost frames it like Mozi's arguing not explicitly that the ghosts exist, though he does quote his sources on that, but also just arguing that even if they don't exist, proceeding as though they do exist. It's almost like an Occam's razor sort of thing, right? If they do exist, not Occam's razor, what is it? What's the term? There's an argument that I forget how it goes. Basically, it runs the benefit of adhering to religion. I think it's specifically Christianity in this case. Or the potential benefit of adhering to Christianity is so great that even if it's wrong, it's still worth doing on the off chance, right? You're hedging your bets. Eternal life is worth the mild discomfort of adhering to the Christian faith, whereas eternal damnation is very much not worth the benefits you get by not doing that. I forget what it's called. Foucault's pendulum, maybe, I don't know. Mozi's sort of doing that there with the spirits. If the spirits do exist, then giving them things such a benefit, and if they don't exist, then the actual harm invoked by Lou doing it is small. It's interesting. It's an idea again that I consider to be much more modern, at least in my understanding of things, but There's much to, I can see why this text is still held up as one of the greats. It's very wordy and bangs on a lot, but there's some good stuff in there. And yeah, I take a quick drink and we press on. I hope you're enjoying this reading, by the way. I feel like I'm not doing a great job of it because I am just rushing through it, but it's a very dull text with and while I say there is good stuff in there, there's a lot more stuff in there than there is good stuff, if you get what I mean. It's a pound of good in a £10 sack. And yeah, pressing on. Against music. Now here's a section I suspect I'll disagree with. Part 1, section 32. And I just want to point out the irony before we begin of the irony of reading the section while we listen to music in the background. It is the business of the benevolent man to seek to promote what is beneficial to the world, to eliminate what is harmful, and to provide a model for the world. What benefits men, he will carry out. What does not benefit men, he will leave alone. Moreover, when the benevolent man plans for the benefit of the world, he does not consider merely what will please the eye, delight the ear, gratify the mouth, and give ease to the body. If in order to gratify the senses he has to deprive the people of the wealth needed for their food and clothing, then the benevolent man will not do it. Therefore Mozi condemns music. There's a footnote. The term music in ancient China customarily denoted not only music itself, but dances and pantomimes that accompanied it. Here, however, Mozi seems to be using the term even more broadly to include the lavish banquets and sumptuous surroundings that, in his mind, were also associated with the musical entertainment of the aristocracy. Okay. So he's not specifically calling out music, he's sort of calling out high society. Or presumably also like art and culture to a certain extent. Therefore Mozi condemned music, not because the sound of the great bells and rolling drums and zithers and pipes is not delightful, not because the sight and carvings and ornaments is not beautiful, not because the taste of the fried and broiled meats is not delicious, not because lofty towers, broad pavilions, and secluded halls are not comfortable to live in. But though the body finds comfort, the mouth gratification, the eye pleasure, and the ear delight, if we examine the matter, we will find that such things are not in accordance with the ways of the sage kings. And even if we consider the welfare of the world, we will find they bring no benefit to the common people. Therefore, Mozi said, making music is wrong. It's interesting, actually, because this feels like an example of someone making a very poor metaphor, which is unusual in a text that is considered so good and has lasted so long. Which we've taken such a broad stance against other. Anyway, let's press on before I make my commentary. Now, if the rulers and ministers want musical instruments to use in their government activities, they cannot extract them from the seawater like salt, or dig them out of the ground like ore. Inevitably, therefore, you must lay heavy taxes upon the common people before they can enjoy the sound of great bells, rolling drums, zithers and pipes. In ancient times, the sage kings likewise laid heavy taxes on the people, this for the purpose of making boats and carts. When they were completed, the people asked, "What are these for?" And the sage kings replied, "The boats are for use on water and the carts for use on land, so the gentlemen may rest their feet and labourers spare their shoulders." So the common people paid their taxes and levies and did not dare to grumble. Why? Because they knew that the taxes would be used for the benefit of the people. Now, if musical instruments was also used for the benefit of the people, I would not venture to condemn them. Indeed, if they was as useful as the boats and carts of the sage kings, I would certainly not venture to condemn them. There are three things that people worry about: that when they are hungry they will have no food, when they are cold they will have no clothing, and when they are weary they will have no rest. These are the three great worries of the people. Now let's try sounding the great bells, striking the rolling drum, strumming the zither, blowing the pipes. Fair enough, Abba, I could probably do it. Thank you kindly. In the traditional way, we crack the neck first, see if anything crops. Ooh, little crack there. Hydrate as well, I appreciate it. Stand, do the back. Wow. Don't have any of the cracks with the neck loud enough. Yeah. I drink your health. Nostrovia. Thank you kindly for both of those. Wow. Right then. Now let us try sounding the great bells, striking the rolling drums, strumming the zithers, blowing the pipes and waving the shields and axes in the war dance. Does this do anything that provides food and clothing for the people? I hardly think so. But let us leave that point for the moment. Now there are great states that attract small ones, and great families that molest small ones. The strong oppress the weak, and many tyrannise the few. The cunning deceive the stupid, and the eminent lord it over the humble. Bandits and thieves rise up on all sides and cannot be suppressed. Now let us try sounding the great bells, striking the rolling drums, strumming the zithers, blowing the pipes, and waving the shields and axes in the war dance. Does this do anything to rescue the world from chaos and restore it to order? I hardly think so. Therefore Mozi said, if you try to promote what is beneficial to the world and eliminate what is harmful by laying heavy taxes on the people, for the purpose of making bells, drums, zithers and pipes, you'll get nowhere. So Mozi said making music is wrong. Now the rulers and ministers seated in their lofty towers and broad pavilions look out about them, and there are the bells hanging like huge cauldrons. But unless the bells are struck, how can the rulers get any delight out of them? Therefore it is obvious the rulers must have someone to strike the bells. They cannot employ old men or young boys, since their eyes and ears are not keen enough and their arms are not strong enough. And they cannot make the sounds harmonious or see to strike the bells from front and back. Therefore the rulers have young people in their prime, whose eyes and ears are keen, and whose arms are so strong they can make sound harmonious and see to strike bells from front and back. If they employ young men, they will be taking them away from their ploughing and planting. If they employ young women, they will be taking them away from their weaving and spinning. Yet the rulers and ministers will have their music, and the music making interferes to such an extent with the people's efforts to produce food and clothing. Therefore Mozi said music making is wrong. So let us suppose that the great bells, rolling drums, zithers and pipes have all been provided. Still the rulers and ministers sit quietly all alone and listen to the performance. How can they get any delight out of it? Therefore it's obvious they must listen in the company of others, either humble men or gentlemen. If they listen in the company of gentlemen, they will be keeping the gentlemen from attending to affairs of state. Whereas if they listen in the company of humble men, they will be keeping the humble men from pursuing their tasks. The music making interferes to such an extent with their people's efforts to produce food and clothing. Therefore Mozi said that making music is wrong. In former times, Duke Kang of Qi loved the music of the Wan dance. Footnote, for a summary of the little that is known about this ancient type of dance, see Arthur Waley's Book of Sons, London Al-Anon, 1937. Page 338 through 340. Just 40. The Wan dancers cannot wear robes of cheap cloth or eat coarse food, for it is said that unless they have the finest food and drink, their faces and complexions will not be fit to look at. Unless they have beautiful clothing, their figures and movements will not be worth watching. Therefore the Wan dancers ate only millet and meat, and wore only robes of patterned and embroidered silk. They did nothing to help produce food or clothing, but lived entirely off the efforts of others. Yeah, that's fair. I think it is a system that is very heavily motivated by action and physicality, rather than ideas. I think it's worth noting that for all of these texts, that they are essentially like ancient and primitive sort of cultures, right? These all were written during the period of the Warring States, so from I think circa 500 to around about 280 something BCE. So these are like late Bronze Age and early Iron Age like pieces of philosophy, realistically. They're still held and considered today, but they are very, very early sort of things. And so the ideas of sort of enlightenment of morality beyond sort of practical action, the idea of internal motive as a morality. Oh yeah, absolutely. But the ideas of these things, I think, were just less considered, right? I mean, a lot of them, in fact, basically the entirety of the Book of Lord Shang, and a lot of this is, the reason Mozi's against making a music is because there is, people starve, people don't have enough houses, there's not enough clothes to go around. Lord Shang talks about how much wasteland and fallow land there is that is uncultivated because there aren't enough people to fulfill it. And a big part of Mozi's argument here is that taking people away for war or for music or for any of it keeps them from cultivating the world. Like, he's a very, very, these philosophies are very sophisticated and complex for their time period, but it was a time period that was, I think even either prior to or in the early ages of the Roman Empire, right? Like, you still have sort of culture and art, you have these higher things and these great ideas, but at the same time, it's still a kind of age where people are fighting against wilderness. I think practical matters were much, much more in people's minds, because death was a much more of a reality, you know? Whereas nowadays, these arguments about music and excess sort of fall a bit flat, because there is enough excess wealth in the world that if things was evenly handled, everyone would have enough to eat and would have food, shelter and clothing. The problems of society today aren't in production, but in distribution. So the arguments aren't exactly irrelevant. And of course, with technology, music becomes much easier and more accessible. But it is interesting. But it is an interesting point to note as well. This sort of question of internal versus external morality. Because at the same time, there is the argument made that external morality is the only real measure of a person's morality, right? If you do the right thing your whole life, right, you do the good, you know, you promote universalism, you act as if every other man was your, you know, equal or the same as you, and you do all these things righteously. And does it really matter what your motivation is, you know? I mean, hell, it's like the argument Mozi makes is almost an amoral argument, right? He just says the world is better if people act universally. In fact, to a certain degree, universalism is a selfish, sort of system of philosophy. Because if the world is better for you, then it is better for everyone. Or rather, if the world is better for everyone, it's better for you. You could argue that it's a selfish, sort of self-motivated thing, but it still leads to a benevolent outcome. I think a lot of the best philosophies are like that. It doesn't matter whether you're self-interested or empathetically interested. If you follow the correct system, then the world is better for you as well as for everyone else. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's where the difference between thought and reality comes in. You know, there's a reason there are a million different philosophies, and we have four just here. In fact, I believe that one of the chapter after this one is literally just Mozi arguing directly against Confucius. But the ideal form of a philosophical ideal is essentially a model of a world, right? It's the idea of a world that would be perfect if everyone adhered to the principles of it, right? If Moism or universalism, as a sort of broader philosophy is sometimes called, was enacted, the world would be a better place, right? If everyone acted with this sort of universal benevolence. But the problem is some people don't act that way. And you'll never get everyone to act that way. So while the idea functions, it falls flat. The same is true of, other philosophies. I mean, the whole rift of communism, right? Communism as an idea is very, very positive, right? The idea that the workers own the things and that, everything is distributed evenly. As an idea, it's a very compelling idea. It's a very benevolent idea. But when you run the realities of the world, the flaws of the system, it's, what is the phrase? The old military truism always comes to mind here, No plan survives first contact with the enemy. No philosophy survives first contact with reality. The ideas are interesting because they can guide you to understand your own place in the world, and maybe influence the way you think about it and interact with it. But at the same time, pragmatism is a necessary part of life. The trick is to find the balance, and of course, no one has ever done it successfully. But trying is the thing, I think. Anyhow. Where were we? Therefore the Wan dancers ate only millet and meat. They wore only robes of patterned and embroidered silk. They did nothing to help produce food or clothing, but lived entirely off the efforts of others. Yet the rulers and ministers will have their music, though their music making interferes to such an extent with the people's effort to produce food and clothing. Therefore Mozi said, making music is wrong. Now man is basically different from the beasts, birds and insects. The beasts, birds and insects have feathers and fur for their robes and coats, hooves and claws for their leggings and shoes, and grass and water for their food and drink. Therefore the male need not plough or plant, the female need not weave or spin, and still they have plenty of food and clothing. But man is different from such creatures. If man exerts his strength, he may live, but if he does not, he cannot live. If the gentlemen do not diligently attend to affairs of state, the government will fall into disorder, and if humble men do not diligently pursue their tasks, there will not be enough wealth and goods. If the gentlemen of the world do not believe what I say, then let us try enumerating the various duties of the people of the world, and see how music interferes with them. The rulers and ministers must appear at court early and retire late, hearing law, suits and attending to affairs of government. This is their duty. The gentlemen must exhaust the strength of their limbs and employ their fullest wisdom in their minds, directing bureaus within governments and abroad, collecting taxes and barriers and markets, and on the resources of the hills, forests, lakes, fish and wares. The granaries and treasuries will be full. This is their duty. The farmers must leave home early and return late, sowing seed, planting trees, gathering large crops of vegetables and grain. This is their duty. Women must rise early and go to bed late, spinning, weaving, producing large quantities of hemp, silk and other fibres, and preparing cloth. This is their duty. Now, if those who occupy the position of rulers and ministers are fond of music and spend their time listening to it, then they will not be able to appear at court early and retire late, or hear lawsuits and attend to affairs of government, and as a result the state will fall into disorder, and its altars of the soil and grain will be in danger. If those who occupy the positions of gentlemen are fond of music and spend their time listening to it, they will be unable to exhaust their strength of their limbs and employ the fullest the wisdom of their minds in directing bureaus within government and abroad, collecting taxes on the barriers and in markets and on the resources of the hills, forests, lakes and fish weirs, in order to fill the granaries and treasuries, and as a result the granaries and treasuries will not be filled. If those who occupy the positions of farmers are fond of music and spend their time listening to it, and there is a footnote here, the possibility of farmers or peasant women in ancient China becoming fatally infatuated with the music of the aristocracy seems so remote that we must suppose that Mozi's argument here from here on is merely rhetorical. Fun little footnote there. And they will be unable to leave home early and return late, sowing seed, planting trees and gathering a large crop of vegetables and grain. As a result there will be a lack of vegetables and grain. If women are fond of music and spend their time listening to it, they will be unable to rise early and go to bed late, spinning, weaving and producing large quantities of hemp, silk and other fibres, and preparing cloth. As a result there will not be enough cloth. If you ask what it is that has caused the ruler to neglect the affairs of government and the humble man to neglect the tasks, the answer is music. Therefore Mozi said, making music is wrong. How do we know that this is so? The proof is found among the books of the former kings and Tang's Code of Punishment, which says constant dancing in the palace. This is the way of shamans. As a punishment, gentlemen should be fined 2 measures of silk. For common men, the fine should be 200 pieces of yellow silk. There's a footnote, apparently from a lost section of the Book of Documents. The meaning of the last sentence is very doubtful. It also says, alas, all this dancing, the sound of pipes is loud and clear. The Lord on high does not aid him, and the 9 districts are lost to him. Another footnote, the 9 districts that were supposed to have made up China of ancient times. The he of the quotation is presumably Ji, the evil ruler of the Xia who was overthrown by Tang. The Lord on high does not approve him, but sends down 100 misfortunes. His house will be destroyed. If we examine the reason why he lost the 9 districts, we will find that it was because he hardly spent his time arranging elaborate musical performances. The Wu Gang says Qi, and there is another footnote. The identity of this man and the source of this quotation are a matter of controversy. The text of all 3 quotations is in very poor condition. The Wu Gan says Qi gave himself to pleasure and music, eating and drinking in the fields. Jiang Jiang, the flutes and chimes sounded in unison. He drowned himself in wine and behaved indecently by eating in the fields. Splendid were the wan dance, but heaven clearly heard the sound and heaven did not approve. So were not approved by heaven and the spirits above. Brought no benefit to the people below. Therefore Mozi said, if the rulers, ministers and gentlemen of the world truly desire to promote what is beneficial to the world and eliminate what is harmful, they must prohibit and put a stop to this thing called music. That's the end of that section. So yeah, that last section there was mostly just a sort of restatement of the earlier ideas, so I will I don't think there's much more to say than was already said with the little discussion with Naska there. I will say, by the way, Naska, thank you for interjecting there. Philosophy is best discussed between people, and having someone to discuss it with there really helped elucidate some points that I felt I was struggling to get across, so I do appreciate it. I'm going to appeal to Lamp for you to get an extra mark on the board in favour for being an active participant in the lessons, which is what that's supposed to be about. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's philosophy if you don't. Discussing it is the whole point. But yeah, I appreciate it. And I'd be very happy to go deep with you about it in another time, but I am required by certain parties to finish certain my texts, otherwise I get in trouble. But yeah, I'm going to argue that you get an extra strike on the board. I can't guarantee it'll happen because Lamp will make the final arbitration, but I think you deserve one. So, I have a quick sip of water and then we press on. Now then, what are we doing? Ah yes, a final chapter. Against fatalism. Was I misreading the, maybe I'm an idiot. Oh no, there's two more chapters, I'm wrong. Oops. About 20 pages left, so. Maybe I think I miscounted, I've miscounted the pages here. Oh well, we'll see how we get on. Might be going over the next hour. Against Fatalism, Part 1, Section 35. Mozi said, "These days the rulers and high officials who govern nations all desire their states to be rich and their populations to be numerous, their administrations to be well ordered, and yet what they achieve is not wealth but poverty, not numerous population but a meagre one, not order but chaos. In actual fact they fail to get what they seek and achieve what they abhor. Why is this?" Mozi said it was because the large number of fatalists among the people. The advocates of fatalism say, if fate decrees that the state will be wealthy, it will be wealthy. If it decrees that it will be poor, it will be poor. If it decrees the population will be numerous, it will be numerous. If it decrees it will be meagre, it will be meagre. If it decrees there will be order, there will be order. If it decrees there will be chaos, there will be chaos. If it decrees the man will have a long life, he'll have a long life. If it decrees he'll die young, he'll die young. When a man tries to combat fate, what does he do? Well, they call it fatalism here, but it sounds a little bit like arguing against Taoism, so that's interesting. They expound such doctrines to the rulers and high officials and keep the people from pursuing their tasks. Hence the fatalists are lacking in benevolence, and the words must therefore be carefully examined. Now how are we to go about examining their doctrines? Mozi said we must set up a standard of judgment, but to try and speak without a standard of judgment is like trying to establish the direction of a sunrise and sunset with a revolving potter's wheel. It will be impossible to determine the difference between what is right and wrong, what is beneficial and harmful. Therefore, a theory must be judged by 3 tests. What are these 3 tests of a theory? Its origin, its validity, and its applicability. How do we judge its origin? We judge it by comparing the theory with the deeds of the sage kings of antiquity. No, really. How do we judge its validity? We judge it by comparing the theory with the evidence of the eyes and ears of the people. And how do we judge its applicability? We judge it by observing whether, when the theory is put into practice in the administration, it brings benefit to the state and the people. This is what is meant by the 3 tests of a theory. Well, I'm going to pause here actually and make another note. The way that Mozi is describing here his sort of tests of the thing, the same way he sort of went on about the Carpenter's Square and the the wheelwright's compass. That's all. He does have here a sort of almost proto-version of the scientific method, right? Observation and measurement. I mean, he doesn't have it as formally broken down as Bacon did, but he's doing here essentially natural philosophy as a sort of form of political science, which is interesting. Just a note, anyway. Pressing on. Now, among the gentlemen in this world, there are those who believe in the existence of fate. Let's try examining this belief in the light of what we know of the sage kings. In ancient times, chaos prevailed under Ji, but Tang followed after him, and there were order. Chaos prevailed under Zhu, but King Wu followed him, and there were order. Within a single generation, with the same people, the world were in chaos under Ji and Zhu, well ordered under Tang and Wu. How then can we say that order or chaos in the world are decreed by fate? Footnote: this argument, needless to say, does not refute the claims of the fatalists, who can just as well assert that the decree of fate changed abruptly when the rule passed from Ji to Tang and from Zhu to Wu. Yet there are still some gentlemen in the world who believe the existence of fate. Let's try examining this belief in the light of the writings of the former kings. Among the writings of the former kings are those that were issued by the state, promulgated among the people, and these were called statutes. Among the statutes of the former kings were there ever any that said good fortune cannot be sought for and bad fortune cannot be avoided. Being reverent will not help your chances, and doing evil will not harm them. The writings by law, which cases were settled and crimes punished, were called codes of punishment. Among the codes of punishment of the former kings were there ever any that said good fortune cannot be sought for, and bad fortune cannot be avoided. Being reverent will not help your chances, and doing evil will not harm them. The writings by which the armies were organised and the soldiers commanded to advance or retreat were called declarations. Among the declarations of the former kings were there ever any that said good fortune cannot be sought for and bad fortune cannot be avoided, being reverent will not help your chances, and doing evil will not harm them. I have not exhausted all the evidence. It would be impossible to cite all the excellent writings in the world. I've enumerated only a few important examples, namely the 3 types of writings mentioned above. Yet no matter how we search, we can find no evidence to support the theories of the fatalists. Should not such theories be rejected then? To accept the theories of the fatalists would be to overthrow the righteousness in the world. To overthrow righteousness in the world would be to replace it with the concept of fate and create worry for the people. And to expand the doctrine that creates worry for the people is to destroy the men of the world. Why do we desire righteous men in authority? Because when righteous men are in authority, the world will be ordered. The Lord on high, the hills and rivers, the ghosts and spirits will have worships as to sacrifice to them, and the people will enjoy great benefit. How do we know? Mozi said, in ancient times, Tanger in theft and bow, making allowances for the irregular boundary line, his domain measured only 100 square li. He worked with his people for universal love and mutual benefit, and share with them what we have in abundance. He led his people to honour heaven and serve the spirits above, and therefore heaven and the spirits enriched him. The feudal lords become his allies, the people loved him, and worthy men come to serve him. Before he died, he became a ruler of the world and leader of the other lords. In former times, King Wen were in theft and Zhu had mounted Qi, and making allowances for the irregular boundary line, his domain leisured only 100 square li. He worked with his people for universal love and mutual benefit and shared with them what was in abundance. So those nearby found security in his government, and those far away were won by his virtue. All those who heard of King Wen rose up and went to him, and the morally weak and the unworthy, and the crippled who could not rise, stayed where they were and pleaded, saying, couldn't the domain of King Wen be extended to our borders so that we too could benefit? Why can't we too be like the people of King Wen? Therefore heaven and the spirits enriched him, the feudal lords become his allies, the people loved him, and worthy men come to serve him. Before he died, he became ruler of the world and leader of the other lords. Previously I said that when righteous men are in authority, the world will be ordered. The Lord on high, the hills and rivers, the ghosts and spirits will have worshippers to sacrifice to him, and the people will enjoy great benefit. And this is how I know that is so. Therefore the ancient sage kings issued statutes and published laws, providing rewards and punishments in order to encourage good and prevent evil. Some men were loving and filial to their parents at home and respectful and friendly to the people of their neighbourhood. Their actions showed a sense of propriety, their comings and goings a sense of restraint, and their relations with the opposite sex a sense of decorum. Thus, if they was put in charge of a government bureau, they did not steal or plunder. Assigned to guard a city, they did not betray the trust or rebel. If their lord encountered difficulties, they would risk death for him. If you were forced to flee the state, they would accompany you into exile. Conduct like this was what the authorities rewarded and people praised. Yet the advocates of fatalism say whoever is rewarded by the authorities was destined by fate to be rewarded. It is not because of his worthiness that he is rewarded. If this was so, then men would not be loving or filial to their parents at home, not respectful and friendly to the people of their neighbourhood. Their actions would show no sense of propriety, their comings and goings no sense of restraint, and their relation with the opposite sex no sense of decorum. Put in charge of a government bureau, they would steal and plunder. Assigned to guard a city, they would betray their trust or rebel. If their lord encountered difficulty, they would not risk death for him. If he were forced to flee the state, they would not accompany him to exile. Conduct like this is why the authorities punish and the people condemn. Yet the advocates of fatalism say whoever is punished by the authorities was destined by fate to be punished. It's not because of his evil actions that he is punished. Believing this, rulers would not be righteous and subjects would not be loyal. Fathers would not be loving and sons would not be filial. Older brothers would not be brotherly and younger brothers would not be respectful. Those who insist on holding such views are the source of pernicious doctrines. Theirs is the way of evil men. How do we know that fatalism is the way of evil men? In ancient times there were impoverished people who were greedy for food and drink and lazy in pursuing their tasks. And as a result they did not have enough food and clothing and found themselves troubled by cold and hunger. But they did not have sense enough to say, we are weak in virtue and unworthy and we have not been diligent in pursuing our tasks. Instead they said, fate has decreed that we should be poor. In ancient times there was evil kings who could not control their passions for their eyes and ears. or the wicked desires of their hearts. They did not follow the way of their ancestors, and so in time they lost their countries and brought destruction to their altars of the soil and grain. But they did not have sense enough to say, "We are weak and virtual and unworthy, and have not governed well." Instead they said, "Fate has decreed that we shall fall." And the announcement of Zhong Hui says, "I have heard that the man of Xia, pretending that he were acting under the mandate of heaven, issued orders to his people. God was displeased and destroyed his hosts." Footnote: the man of Xia is Jie. Zhong Hui is identified as minister of King Tang, who overthrew Jie. Both this and the following quotations are presumably from lost sections of the Book of Documents. This shows how Tang condemned Jie's belief in fate. Section 3. Another footnote. Mozi apparently feels justified in making this statement because the word translated as mandate and orders are written with the same character as the word fate. Taken in context, however, the words are so far apart in meaning that the quotations can hardly be said to prove that Ji believed in fate. The Great Declaration says Zhu lived in insolence and would not serve the Lord on high and the spirits. He cast aside his ancestors and the spirits and would not sacrifice to them, saying, "My people are ruled by fate." He gave himself up to our arrogance and tyranny, and heaven thereupon cast him aside and would not protect him. This shows how King Wu condemned Zhu's belief in fate. Now, if we were to accept the theories of fatalists, and then those above would not ascend to affairs of state, and those below would not pursue their tasks. If those above do not attend to affairs of state, then the government will fall into disorder. Well, if those below do not pursue their tasks, there will not be enough wealth and goods. There will be no good way to provide millet and wine for offerings to the lords on high and the spirits above, and no way to provide security for the worthy and able men of the world below. There will be no means to entertain and conduct exchanges with the local feudal lords who come as guests from abroad, and while within the state there will be no means to feed the hungry, clothe the cold, and care for the aged and weak. Hence fatalism brings no benefit to heaven above, no benefit to the spirits in the middle realm, and no benefit to mankind below. Those who insist upon holding such views are the source of pernicious doctrines, and their ways are the ways of evil men. Therefore Mozi said, if the gentlemen of the world truly hate poverty and wish to enrich the world, if they truly hate disorder and wish to bring order to the world, then they cannot but condemn the doctrines of fatalists. They bring great harm to the world. That's the end of that section. It's interesting, actually. Fatalism, I mean, I've heard of the term before, but the way it's described here puts me in mind of the more scientific, more sort of modern concept of determinism. Let me have a drink of water before I make this point, actually. But yeah, the idea of determinism, which, for those of you who might be unfamiliar, the idea of determinism is the idea that there is no such thing as free will or free action, that all of the universe acts on physical laws and is predetermined, and so you can't actually make any choices or decisions. It's a quasi-scientific, quasi-philosophical state of mind in which you sort of absolve all responsibility from the nature of the world, the state of things. Essentially fall back on the sort of point of view of the fatalists. But unlike the sort of point of view of the fatalists, there is a more direct, I think, a better argument against determinism, which is that if you can't actually make any choices in your life, if the world is the universe is deterministic, then you can't actually decide whether you believe in determinism or not. And whereas if the universe is not deterministic, then obviously you shouldn't want to believe in determinism. So if you can make a choice, you should believe in determinism, and if you can't make a choice, then you can't make a choice. So the only thing that makes sense to choose is determinism, is that determinism isn't real. Which I quite like as an argument, and I think he's sort of similar to what Mozi's doing here, but obviously with the difficulty that fate is a lot vaguer than the idea of deterministic reality. I think we're probably going to get past the hour mark, but I'm going to push the ads off. I think I don't want to sit through another round of them, so we'll press on to the last chapter, which is what I thought the last one was, which is Against Confucians. Actually, there is one more thing I want to note. Just briefly, I will note that that last chapter against fatalism seemed to echo and resonate a lot with the first chapter we read, so all those hours ago. Strange. Anyway. Against Confucians, Part 1, Section 39. The Confucians say, oh Lord, there are so many footnotes. Okay, so for Confucians, the word Ru, translated here as Confucians, denotes a group of scholars in Zhu times who devoted particular attention to matters of ritual and etiquette. Confucius became their most renowned representative, and after his time the word customarily refers to his disciples and those scholars who followed his teachings. The Huainanzi, a work of the 2nd century BC, states that Mozi himself in his youth studied the teachings of the Ru. The Confucians say there are degrees to be observed in treating relatives as relatives, and gradations to be observed in honouring the worthy. Second footnote. The Doctrine of the Mean, a section of the Confucian Book of Rites, contains a passage much like this. Benevolence is acting like a human being, and the most important part of it is treating one's relatives as relatives. Righteousness is doing what is right, and the most important part of it is honouring the worthy. The degrees to be observed in treating one's relatives as relatives, and the gradations to be observed in honouring the worthy are the result of ritual principles. Zongyong XX5. Legate translate the phrase Chin as loving one's relatives, but I have used the more literal treating one's relatives as relatives in order to distinguish the type of love from the very different universal love advocated by Mozi. I hope there aren't that many dense footnotes over here. Gradations to be observed in honouring the worthy. They prescribe the difference to be observed between close and distant relatives and between honoured and the humble. Their code of rights says mourning for a father or mother should last 3 years, for a wife or eldest son 3 years, for a paternal uncle, brother or younger son 1 year, and for other relatives 5 months. Now the length of the mourning period is determined by the degree of kinship, and close relatives should be mourned for a long period and distant relatives for a short one. The Confucians mourn the same length in time for a wife or eldest son as for a father or mother. If the length of mourning period is determined by the degree of honour due, then this means the wife and eldest son are honoured to the same degree as father and mother, while the paternal uncles and brothers are placed on the same level as younger sons. What could be more perverse than this? 3. Mozi is assuming that there is a closer relationship between a man and his parents than between a man and his wife and children. He owes greater respect to his parents and elder relatives than to his younger ones. The Confucians agreed in principle with these assumptions, but, as you may see from their rules for mourning, modified them somewhat in practice. I'll also interject here and say that it's also worth noting that Confucius' own writings on mourning were that these practices weren't like ritual to be established because it was the right thing to do. It was that a person should feel the death of a relative closely and be, pained in their heart. And even if one owes more honour to one's parents than to one's wife or children, the degree of hurt and, mourning and despair should be pretty similar, Like, I feel like Confucian mourning practices here are being treated as like this formal ritual thing, whereas I think there's an argument to be made that they were, intended to be mourning rites, right? Like a way to express grief. I don't know. Pressing on. When a parent dies, the Confucians lay out the corpse for a long time before dressing it for burial, while they climb up on the roof, peer down the well, poking the rat holes and searching the wash basins, looking for the dead man. If they suppose that we will really find the dead man there, then they must be stupid indeed. But if they know that he is not there but still search for him, then they are guilty of the greatest hypocrisy. That's not fair. Plenty of dead men wind up in rat holes. They could be finding out. Yeah. As a footnote to this thing, there were ancient practices handed down from time when people really believed they could find the soul of the dead man and bring him back to life. The Confucians, with their fondness for old rites, probably continued to practice them in Mozi's time. Confucius' works, such as the Book of Rites, actually advocate the practice of ascending the roof to call back the dead man, not because such rituals were believed to have any real efficacy, but because they were regarded as a fitting expression of love for the deceased. Which, yeah, again, I think it is, like, these ritual mournings being ways to express emotion, I think he's being overlooked here a lot by Mozi. Anyway. When a Confucian takes a wife, he goes to fetch her in person. Wearing a formal black robe, he acts as his own coachman, holding the reins and handing her the cord by which to pull herself up into the carriage, as they were escorting an honoured parent. The wedding ceremonies are conducted with as much solemnity as the sacrifices to the ancestors. High and low are turned upside down, and parents are disregarded and scorned. Parents are brought down to the level of the wife, and the wife is exalted as the expense of service to the parents. How can such a conduct be called filial? The Confucians say one takes a wife in order that she may aid in the sacrifices to the ancestors, and the son who is born into the union will in time become responsible for maintaining the ancestral temple. Therefore the wife and son are highly regarded. We reply that this is false and misleading. Man's uncles and older brothers may maintain the temple of the ancestors for many years, and yet when they die, the Confucian will mourn them for only 1 year. The wives of his brothers may aid in the sacrifices to the ancestors, and yet when they die, he will not mourn them at all. It is obvious, therefore, that Confucians do mourn 3 years for wives and eldest sons because wives and eldest sons maintain or aid in the sacrifice. Such concern for one's wife and son is a troublesome involvement. In addition, the Confucians try to pretend it's for the sake of their parents. In order to favour those whom they feel the most partiality for, they slight those whom they should respect most. This is not the height of perversity. And I'll turn back again to Naska's earlier point on how a lot of these the arguments here, especially with Mozi, are entirely outside of internal motivation. And this is a great example of that. Mozi entirely disregards the argument that, a person might be mourning for personal reasons, and decries the sort of what he calls degradation of the honouring of the parents and the filial piety. But I think this is more a failure on his part to understand the nature of filial piety as being reciprocal, of the family unit as one all sort of aiding and contributing to itself, up and down and sideways equally. Yeah. I also argue that this makes Mozi seem like a worse person as an individual, which again sort of reinforces the idea that his principle of universalism is a logic-based rather than an individual sort of merit or a moral-based system. He genuinely thinks it is best for himself as well as other people, rather than seeking some moral high ground on it. Then again, maybe not. Maybe I'm straightening it too harshly here. In addition, the Confucians believe firmly in the existence of fate and propound their doctrine, saying, long life or early death, wealth or poverty, safety or danger, order or disorder are all decreed by the will of heaven, and cannot be modified. Failure and success, rewards and punishment, good fortune and bad are all fixed. Man's wisdom and strength can do nothing. If the various officials believe such ideas, they will be lax in their duties, and the common people believe them, they will neglect their tasks. If the officials fail to govern properly, disorder will result. If agriculture is neglected, poverty will result. Poverty and disorder destroy the basis of the government, and if the Confucians accept such ideas, believing they are the doctrine of the way, such men are the destroyers of the people of the world. Moreover, the Confucians corrupt men with their elaborate and showy rites and music, and deceive parents with lengthy mournings and hypocritical grief. They propound fatalism, ignore poverty, and behave with the greatest arrogance. They turn their backs on what is important, abandon their tasks, and find contentment in idleness and pride. They are greedy for food and drink, and too lazy to work, but though they find themselves threatened by hunger and cold, they refuse to change their ways. They behave like beggars, stuff away food like hamsters, stare like egots, and walk around like castrated pigs. When superior men laugh at them, they reply angrily, "What do you fools know about good Confucians?" In spring and summer they beg for grain, and after the harvest has been gathered, they follow around after big funerals, with all their sons and grandsons tagging along. If they can get enough to eat and drink and get themselves put in complete charge of a few funerals, they are satisfied. What wealth they possess comes from other men's families, and what favours they enjoy are the product of other men's fields. When there is a death in a rich family, they are overwhelmed with joy, saying, "This is our chance for food and clothing." The Confucians say the superior man must use ancient speech and wear ancient dress before he can be considered benevolent. We answer the so-called ancient speech and dress were all modern once, and if at that time the men of antiquity used such speech and wore such dress, they must not have been superior men. Must we then wear the dress of those who were not superior men and use their speech before we can be considered benevolent? Against the Confucians say the superior man should be a follower, not a maker. We answer, in ancient times Yi invented the bow, you invented armour, Zong invented carts, and the craftsman Chu invented boats. Do the Confucians mean then that the tanners, armourers, cart makers and carpenters of today are all superior men, and Yi, Yu, Zhong and craftsman Chu are all inferior men? Moreover, someone must have invented the ways which the Confucians follow, so that in following them they are, by their own definition, following the ways of inferior men. The Confucians also say, where the superior man is victorious in battle, he does not pursue the fleeing enemy. He is protecting himself with his armour, but he does not shoot his arrows. If his opponent turn and run, he will help them push their heavy carts. We answer, if the contestants are all benevolent men, they will have no cause to become enemies. Benevolent men instruct each other in the principles of give and take, right and wrong. Those without a cause will follow those who have a cause. Those without wisdom will follow those who are wise. When they have no valid arguments of their own, they will submit to the arguments of others. When they see good, they will be won by it. How then could they become enemies? And if both parties in the struggle are evil, then although the victor does not pursue his fleeing opponents, protect himself with his armour, but refrains from shooting them, and helps them push their heavy carts if they turn and run, if he does all these things, he will not still never be considered a superior man. Let us suppose that a sage, in order to rid the world of harm, raises troops and sets out to punish an evil and tyrannical state. But having gained victory, he employs the methods of the Confucians and orders his soldiers, saying, "Do not pursue the fleeing enemy. Protect yourselves with your armour, but do not shoot your arrows, and if your opponents turn and run, help them push their heavy carts. Then the evil and disorderly men will get away alive, and the world will not be rid of harm. This is to inflict cruelty upon the parents of the world, and do the age a great injury. Nothing could be more unrighteous." Again, the Confucians say, "The superior man is like a bell. Strike it and it will sound, do not strike and it will remain silent." But we answer, "The superior man exerts the utmost loyalty in serving his lord, and strives for filial piety in serving his parents. If those whom he serves achieve goodness, he will praise them, and if they have any fault, he will admonish them. This is the way of a subject. Now if one sounds only when struck and remains silent otherwise, one will be concealing his knowledge and sparing his strength, when in dumb silence, till he has been questioned. Though he may know of some way to bring benefit to his lord or parents, he will not mention unless asked. A great revolt may be about to break out, bandits to rise up, or some trap to spring, and no one knows of it but himself. And yet though he is actually in the presence of his lord or his parents, he will not mention it unless asked. This is the most perverse kind of treason. As subjects, such men are disloyal; as sons, they are unfilial, they are disrespectful in serving their elder brother, and unfaithful in their dealing with others. I think that's quite a poor sort of understanding. Well, whatever. At the end of the thing. One may prefer not to speak out in the court before being questioned. He should at least be concerned to speak out when he sees something will profit himself. And if the ruler makes some proposal that does not seem beneficial, one should fold one's hand, gaze at the ground, and, speaking in an awed voice, as though lost in thought, reply, "I do not fully understand the matter." Even though it is an emergency, one must avoid acting wrongly. Footnote, the translation of this paragraph is highly tentative. Every doctrine, discipline and standard of benevolence and righteousness is intended on a larger scale to be used in governing men, and on a smaller scale to fit one for holding office. Abroad it is to be spread among men, and at home it serves for self-cultivation. One should not abide on righteousness, nor practice what is not in accordance with principle. He should work to promote what is beneficial to the world, both directly and indirectly, and avoid what is of no benefit. This is the way of the superior man. Yet from what we have heard, the conduct of Confucius, it were exactly the opposite of this. Duke Jing of Qi asked Master Yan, footnote, Master Yan or Yan Ying, acted as chief minister to Duke Jan and two of his predecessors. He was noticed for his emphasis upon frugality in government, and was a favourite figure of Maoist writers. A collection of anecdotes about Yin Yang and the ruler he served, strongly coloured by Maoist thinking, is preserved under the title Yanzi Chu Quan, Spring and Autumn of Master Yan. But yet Duke Jing of Qi asked Master Yan, "What sort of man is Confucius?" Master Yan did not reply. The Duke asked once more, but again Master Yan did not reply. Duke Jing said, "Many people have spoken to me about Confucius, and all of them believe him to be a worthy man. And when I asked you about him, why didn't you answer?" Master Yan replied, "I am a worthless person, and incapable of recognising a worthy man when I see one. But I have heard it said when a worthy man enters a foreign state, he will do his best to promote friendly relations between its ruler and its subjects, and dispel hatred between superiors and subordinates. Yet when Confucius went to the state of Jing, he knew that Lord of Bo was plotting revolt, and he aided him by introducing Qi to him. The result, the ruler almost lost his life, and the Lord of Bo suffered punishment." And there's a footnote here. The Lord of Bo, a prince of the state of Chu, or Jing as the text designates it here, led a revolt against the ruler of Chu in 470 BC, the year of Confucius' death. He was quickly defeated and committed suicide. According to all reliable sources, both Jing and Yan Ying had by this time been dead for some years. There's likewise no evidence that Confucius ever had any connection with the Lord of Bo or his famous retainer Qi. I also heard that when a worthy man obtains favour with those above, he does not waste the opportunity, and when he obtains favour with those below, he does nothing dangerous. If his words are heeded by the ruler, they will bring benefit to men. If his doctrines are carried out by those below, they will bring benefit to the ruler. His words are plain and easy to understand. His conduct is plain and easy to follow. His conduct and righteousness enlighten the people. His plans and schemes bring understanding to the Lord and his ministers. Now Confucius conceived deep plans and far-reaching schemes in the service of a traitor. He racked his brain and exhausted his wisdom in carrying out evil. He encouraged subordinates to rebel against their superiors and teach subjects how to murder their lords. Is not the conduct of a worthy man. To enter a foreign state and ally oneself with its traitors is not the mark of a righteous man. To realise that men are being disloyal and yet urge them on to rebellion is not in accordance with benevolence and righteousness. Yet to hide from others and then plot, to flee from others and then speak, that is not the kind of conduct and righteousness that enlightens the people. That is the kind of planning and scheming that brings understanding to the ruler and his ministers. I cannot see how Confucius is any different from the Lord of Bo. That is why I did not answer your question. Duke Jing said, "I have benefited greatly by your words. If it were not for you, I would never have realized that Confucius is the same as the Lord above." Confucius went to the state of Qi and had an interview with Duke Jing. Duke Jing were pleased with him and wanted to enfoff him in Ni Qi. When he announced his intention to Master Yan, the latter said, "That will not do. The Confucians behave as an arrogant and self-righteous manner, which makes it impossible for them to set a good example for their subordinates. They love music and corrupt others, which makes it impossible to entrust them with a personal share in government. They preach fatalism and neglect their tasks, which makes it impossible to entrust them with an office. They make much of funerals and seek to prolong grief, which makes it impossible for them to take proper care of the people. They wear strange clothes and affect an humble manner, which makes it impossible for them to be leaders of the multitude. Confucius, with his imposing appearance and a tendency to elaborate detail, misleads the age. With his music and dancing, he attracts followers. With a multitude of ritual prescriptions to be observed in ascending and descending stairs, he propounds his ceremonies with his emphasis upon the rules for hastening and scurrying about in court. He impresses the multitude. His broad learning is of no use in deciding what is right for the age. His laboured thinkers does nothing to aid the people. One could live a couple of lifetimes and still not master all the learning of the Confucians. In all those years, one could not succeed in carrying out all their rites, while the largest fortunes would not be sufficient to cover the expenses of their music. With the attention to appearance and detail, their evil practices, they delude the rulers at the time with their elaborate musical performances. They corrupt their ignorant people. Their doctrines cannot be used as a model for the age. Their learning cannot be used to guard the multitude. Now you intend to infer Confucius because you hope he will reform the customs of the people of Qi. This is not the way to lead the nations and guard the multitude. Starting to sound a bit like a mouthpiece there, yeah? Very well, said the Duke. After that he treated Confucius with generosity and courtesy, but withheld the fife. He received him with respect, but did not inquire about his doctrines. Confucius was furious and grew angry at Duke Jing and Master Yan. He persuaded Ji Pi to become a follower of the Tian Chang, and then having told Master Hui of Nanguao what he wanted done, returned to Lu. Footnote: the Chans, who had also originally been rulers of the state of Chen, and are therefore often referred to by the surname Chen, were a powerful and ministerial family of Qi who eventually overthrew the ducal house of Qi and assumed rulership of the state. In 481 BC, 2 years before Confucius died, Tian Chang assassinated Duke Jin of Qi, and this is the revolt referred to later on. As in the previous anecdote, the Mozi are attempting to show that Confucius and his disciples were at the bottom of all this dirty work, though there is no evidence in other sources to support this. On the contrary, Analects 14:22 and Zhuzuan Duke I 14 tell us that when Tian Chang assassinated Duke Jan, Confucius personally urged the Duke of Lu to undertake an expedition to punish him. After a while, word came that Qi was planning to attack Lu. Confucius said to his disciple Zigong, "Qi, now is time to begin the great undertaking." Then sent Zigong to Qi, where through the introduction of Master Hui of Nanguao, he was able to see Tian Chang. He urged Tian Chang to attack Wu instead of Lu, and persuaded Gao Guo Baiyan not to interfere with Tian Chang's plans for revolt. He then went and urged Wei to attack Wu. For 3 years, both Qi and Wu were in danger of being destroyed. The corpses of the dead piled up in countless number. This was due to the scheming of Confucius. When Confucius was acting as Minister of Justice in Lu, he spurned the ducal houses and supported Qi's son. Footnote: Qi's son was a member of a powerful ministerial family of Lu that, like the Tian family and Qi, had in effect usurped control of the government from the ducal family. Again, there's no evidence to support the charges made against Confucius. Son was Prime Minister of Lu, but he ran away from his post, and as he was struggling with the men of the city to get out the gate, Confucius lifted up the gate bar for him. Once when Confucius was in trouble between Kai and Chen, he lived for 10 days on soups made of greens without any rice mixed in. Footnote: the fact that Confucius and his disciples in the course of their travels ran out of provisions in the area of the states of Chen and Kai is attested by Analects 15. The rest of the anecdote is apocryphal. His disciple Zilu boiled a pig for him, and Confucius ate the meat without asking where it had come from. Zilu also robbed someone of his robe and exchanged it for wine, and Confucius drank the wine without asking where it came from. When he was received by Duke I of Lu, Confucius refused to sit down unless his mat was straight, refused to eat unless the food were cut up properly. Zulu came forward and asked, "Why do you do the opposite of what you did when we were between Chen and Kai?" Confucius said, "Come here and I will tell you. At that time we were intent upon staying alive, now we're intent upon acting righteously." Thus when Confucius was starving and in trouble, he did not hesitate to cover anything at all to keep himself alive. When he was satiated, he behaved hypocritically in order to appear refined. What greater vileness and hypocrisy could there be? Once, while Confucius was sitting and chatting with his disciple, he said, "When Shun saw Gusu, he felt uneasy. At that time, the empire were in danger." Footnote: Gusu were the evil father of Shun. The remark is found in many early works, and it's customary interpreted to mean that Shun were uneasy. The thought that though ruler of the empire, he were obliged to remain respectful and obedient to such an evil parent. The Moist, however, apparently interpreted it as an attack by Confucius on the character of Shun. There is no evidence that Confucius actually made the remark. Dan, the Duke of Zhou, was not a benevolent man, was he? Why did he abandon his home and go off to live alone? Footnotes: a legend represented elsewhere in the Mozi, chapter 2, section 46, says the Duke of Zhou, brother of King Wu, resigned from his ministerial position at court and retired for a time with his wife and Lu. Since he was revered as a sage, the master attempting to damage Confucius' reputation by picturing him as sneering at the Duke of Zhou. Such was the conduct of Confucius and the way that his mind worked. His followers and disciples who imitated him. The Xigong and Jilu aided Kong Li in raising a revolt in the state of Wei. Yang Hua revolted in Qi. Yu Zai had the territory of Zhongmo in rebellion, and Qi Diao suffered a mutilating punishment. No one could be worse than these men. Footnote: Xigong and Jilu and Yizilu were disciples of Confucius. There's no evidence, however, that the former had anything to do with the revolt in Wei, and the name should perhaps be amended to Xiaogao. Zigao, an official of Wei, was said to have been a disciple of Confucius. Zilu's part in the revolt, which took place in 480 BC, is recorded in Zhao Zhuan, Jugai 15. The other men mentioned seem to have had little or no connection with Confucius. Disciples and students following their teacher will practice his doctrines and use his conduct as a model. Only in some cases their strength and wisdom are not equal to those of the teacher. Now, if Confucius behaved in such a way, it is obvious that Confucian scholars should be regarded with suspicion. That's the end of, well, maybe not the old Mozi, it seems like there might be fragments here, but that's the end of what we got. So let me have a drink of water and move over to my resting area and my some thoughts. So first let's have some thoughts on that last chapter itself, shall we? It's a bit of a mixed bag. There are a couple of thoughts of points that are well made. The points about fatalism are, they're restated, but they're not bad. And there are, what am I saying? And the points about followers and makers. There's some points that he's making that are solid, but there are other points where he's like deliberately misinterpreting certain aspects, like the part of being like a bell and not struck, where, well, obviously it's a metaphorical thing, and if a person was to know of danger to a lord or parent, who presumably would be as the bell being struck, And his last points are really just sort of outright slander against Confucius, which really just served to make him look worse, I think. But yeah, overall, mixed chapter. If it had been cut down and he only held his good points, he could have really made an effective little thing against him. Yeah, I think that footnote about his having been educated by Confucian scholars at one point maybe has something to do with that, but yeah. There are a couple of good points in there, but most of it was, personal bias and really undercut the rest of it, but yeah, anyhow. Snooze the answer for the last time, I'll press on, but yeah. So overall then, let's see. What can we make of the Mozi then? It's an interesting text. It's still distinctly better than Book of Lord Shang, but I think worse than either of the other two. What I will say is that, looking at the four of these, there's almost a sort of order to them that I find is interesting. Because to a certain extent, or not an order, yeah, you can almost see them as a sort of line on a graph. On the one end you have the Book of Lord Shang, which is exclusively about government, right? About the management of things and about organising the state to the exclusion of all other things. Then the next step along the graph you have the Mozi, which is mostly about running a state, but also has ideas about morality and how a state should be administered benevolently. Then you have Confucianism, which is mostly about living a good life, but has some aspects of managing a state and the way that a world should be governed. And last you have Taoism, which is almost exclusively a personal philosophy. And then running along those lines you sort of see a spectrum to them. I think is interesting. But yeah, as to the Mozi itself specifically though, I don't know. I think, like most philosophies, it's sort of a mixed bag. There's some good stuff in there, and especially the principle of universalism, I think is very, very sort of well founded. I mean, obviously, it's been adopted by other later philosophers. It's was it Kant who has his principle of universalizability for his idea of doctrine, although again, it's much more minute in the sense, whereas Mo's sort of more broad universalism, I think, is more applicable and more useful. But I don't know. I think. I mean, like I said, I think I made a sort of a crack earlier that I think does express it very well. There's a lot of good stuff in this book, but there's nowhere near as much good stuff as there is book. You know. It's a pound of gold in a £5 bag. A lot of rock dust mixed in there. You can pick out some gems. Universalism, some of the ideas of almost political science and minute acts of reason. There's a lot of good insight in there. But there's a lot of other stuff that is just chod. And interestingly, I think a part of that is or rather, you can attribute a lot of that to the notes made about translation. How much of this text is corrupted or lost? How much of it is, incomplete or adulterated by later writers, as the Book of Lord Chang was likely to have been. You can read a lot into that, but yeah. But all told, I think it's sort of a sad conclusion to come to, but it's an honest one. It's mixed. It has its good parts and its bad parts. You got to take it as an whole, really. Anyhow, I don't think I have too much more to say about it. Our time is running a bit dim before we head into another ad, and I don't think it's worth us sitting through one, given we've been going for 4 hours. So let's raid out quickly. Les is live. He's the only one I really know, so we'll go to him. Look, start raid button works. There we go. Yeah. Again, thank you everyone for being there. I hope you have enjoyed. There is, assuming there's anyone other than Nasker still there. And Nasker especially, thank you for your conversation. I do appreciate you taking your time to discuss a bit. It is exactly what I'm looking for in this sort of thing. Yeah. As always, I hope all of you have a lovely rest of your day. You're very welcome, Nasker. I do hope you have a lovely rest of your day, everyone. You're very welcome out there. Yeah, whatever time of day it is, and as always, you have my blessing until the next stream, which I suspect will be tomorrow, I'm not sure. I pushed this one a little further than I thought it would, so my throat's not feeling great, so we might have a short one tomorrow, but yeah. Other than that, I think, yeah, I think there's much else to say. So, like I say, as always, wish you the best. And as always, ta-ra.